Commissioners, if you can go through and update your names on your screen to be commissioner and your last name, that would be great. So everybody knows. Joe, are we ready to begin?
Bear with me a moment. When I started streaming us on YouTube, the option to record disappeared. So I'm just trying to locate it.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready.
All right, I just found it. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Welcome everybody to the January 5th, 2021 City Planning Commission meeting. Happy New Year to everybody.
Happy New Year.
Yes, our meetings will continue to be virtual format until the pandemic emergency order ends. Who knows when that'll be, but hopefully sooner than later. To keep our meetings efficient, we've implemented time limits for the cases we hear. To summarize, we expect 5 minutes for staff presentations, 20 minutes for applicant presentations, and 2 minutes for individuals, or 5 minutes for those representing a community association or larger group during public testimony. These time limits will be enforced at today's meeting, so I encourage everyone to be clear and brief. As another reminder, the city is updating the comprehensive plan. This is a big project. There's a lot of things happening at this time. It's called the KC Spirit Playbook, and anyone can access it through the website playbook.kcmo.gov. I encourage people to go there as much as you can. As everybody knows, the City of Kansas City Planning Commission and the Planning Department is committed to community engagement and keeping the development of our community moving forward. Through these virtual meetings, we'll make sure we hear as many voices as we can. So as we get started, I just want to ask staff to briefly state the ground rules as we work through our meeting, and some instructions so everybody's on the same page. Joe, do you mind going through those real quick?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Basically, the main things we want everyone to keep in mind is for anyone participating on Zoom today is to make sure you're muted when you're not speaking, and of course to unmute yourself when you do plan to speak. For attendees that wish to testify on any project, whether you're the applicant, well, if you're the applicant, please raise your hand when I call the case. That way we know to promote you over to a panelist position. The panelist position does allow you to share your audio and video, and you can't share it until you're promoted. So you need to raise your hand so we know you want to speak. If you're a citizen that wants to testify on any of the cases, you can raise your hand at any time after I call the case, and we will note that and promote you when the chair opens the public hearing. And that's it, Kobe.
Okay, very good. Well, let's go ahead and move into the consent agenda. Do we want to do the continuance first, or do we want to hear the cases first?
I think we have one, two. I think we have 4 cases that are moving forward as stated on the docket.
Okay.
So if you want me to read those 4 cases, I can do that, and then you all can vote on one motion on those. And then the other 2, I know we have some revised conditions on C3, and we may on C1. Bo, can you let me know if that's the case on C1?
I will double check and let you know. So hold C1 for now.
Okay, so I'm going to hold C1 and C3, and we'll start with C2, which is case number CPC 2020-00170. Request to approve a project plan in District R7.5 for a landscape buffer within a private open space tract for Waterford 5th Plat located at the southeast corner of 92nd and North Indiana. Docket item C4, case numbers on C2, staff is recommending approval with conditions. Docket item C4 is case number final plat 2020-00038. This is a request to approve a final plat creating 63 lots and 5 tracts for Pine Grove 4th plat located at the northwest corner of North Hardesty Avenue, Northeast Pine Grove Drive. Staff is recommending continuance off docket with fee. And docket item C5, case number final plat 2020-00040. Request to approve a final plat on 20 acres in District R 7.5 located at the southeast corner of Northwest 96 and North Platte Purchase Drive. Staff is recommending continuance to January 19th without fee. And docket item C6, case number final plat 2020-00042. Request to approve a final plat on about 7.4 acres in District R6 located at 5100 North Highland Avenue to create 1 lot and 4 tracts for a new elementary school. I will note that on C6, the applicant is incorrect. It's actually Brian Hochstein with MEC. Just wanted to clarify that. So I believe those 4 are good to go as recommended on the docket, and we'll check back with Olafu to see if C1 is as well.
Okay, so on the docket items that were just opened and heard, so docket item C2, C4, C5, and C6, are there any questions from the commission on those cases? Seeing none, is there anyone in the public that would like to speak on those docket items?
I do not see anyone raising their hand. No.
Okay, I'll take a motion on the docket items that have been opened.
I move to our C2, C4, C5, and C6 to be approved or continued as noted on the docket.
Okay, all right, I've got a motion. I have a second.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call, please, on this motion?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes 8-0 for those cases. All right, so we'll go back to docket item C1.
All right, C1 is case number CPC 2020-00034. Request to approve a project plan to allow for the construction of an apartment complex on about 2 acres located at the northeast corner of East 87th and I-435. It's actually East 87th and northeast corner of East 87th and Hillcrest. And then again, Olafu, can you clarify, are the conditions in the report accurate, or do they need to be changed?
Yes, they are. So
staff is recommending approval of this one with conditions.
Okay.
And then I could go ahead and since that one would have been fine to call, had we known, it would have been fine to call last time. I can go ahead and call C3. I do know we have some amended conditions on that one that Olafu can speak to if you would like me to.
Let's keep them separate.
Okay.
I did have a question on C1 where we don't have color elevations or the material type stated as part of their submittal. Is that going to be provided before it moves forward and approved by city staff?
yes, that will. So that's part of the revised revision I want to the plan before I release the building permit.
Okay. Yeah, it just seemed a black or a gray and white kind of, there wasn't any color to it to see what the actual thing would look like, but or if there's going to be any character to the actual structure itself.
It's part of condition number 1B, provide detailed color, architectural elevation, calling out materials. So actually 1B and 1C also provide pictorial inventory of all proposed building materials. So I have
Okay.
six corrections they have to make before I release the building permit. So.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission on docket item C1?
I had the same question, Kobe, and I just was wondering when it's okay to sort of pass something through and have staff approval on some of these materials versus, because I know we've commented a lot on that, and I just want to understand. It seems like a lot of kind of decisions to be made without us seeing
Yeah.
it. So
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way, that I want to make sure as we move forward on cases like this, that we do have a color rendering of the actual structure that will be built, as well as the materials laid out before it comes to the planning commission. That provides an opportunity for us to talk about and review the project, as well as anybody from the public to make a statement as well. And on this particular case, and I think there's a couple of others through the docket here, they don't have the renderings that we'd like to see as part of the submittal.
If the plan commission chooses, we can hold it and have him submit it so you can see it. So it's up to you. It's up to you, Mr. Chairman.
I frankly feel that way, that we ought to table this one until we actually have the full submittal of the project.
Okay, they do have their matching orders, so they know what I've asked for, and I think I've asked for this for a while, so it's fine with staff.
Yeah. Is the applicant available just to go through that real quick?
Yes, I'm going to promote Kurt Yoder now.
Good morning, Mr. Yoder. You've been promoted, and as soon as you're able to come off of.
Yeah, this is Kurt.
Yeah. Welcome. Do you mind stating your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Kurt Yoder. I work for BHC Roads, civil engineer on this project. Our address is 7101 College Boulevard in Overland Park. Yeah, we understand the request to ask for the colored elevations. I don't think the elevation drawings do a good job of describing that. I believe we provided a document that was just like a PDF that sort of describes the elevations. So the actual rendering and elevations PDF that you may be looking at maybe doesn't describe it very well, but we did provide a separate document that shows what a description of the building materials.
I'm not sure if that actually made it into my packet, but I'm taking a look right now just to confirm.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, it was just a description of what the material was, and that's why I asked for the colored elevation and also asked for
Sure.
a material sample, inventory of materials. So they just described it on a PDF. So, and that's why they feel that part of the submitter.
Okay. I think at this point in time, my suggestion still stands that we table this one until a future meeting after we've had a chance to look at the actual materials and the color elevations. That's my opinion. I'm just one commissioner, so.
I agree, because I think it's just a standard that we hold everybody to. So I don't want to deviate from that.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission regarding docket item C1? Okay. Joe, I don't think it's really necessary to take public testimony on this one at this time. We'll just wait till, I'm assuming it's going to be continued. And we'll wait till the meeting at that time.
Okay. Can we ask Kurt when he could resubmit those time frame?
Yeah.
So you guys have a good idea of what date to continue it to.
Oh, I think we can resubmit within a couple of weeks. I don't think that's much to ask for.
Okay, so that would delay it then to the first meeting in February, next time we hear this.
Okay.
What is that meeting date, Chair Crow?
Our next
February
meeting,
2nd.
yeah,
February
February
2nd.
2nd.
Chair Crow, can I move that we continue docket item C1 to February, sorry, what was the date?
Second.
Second,
February 2nd.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second to continue docket item C1 to February 2nd. Lisa, do you mind taking a roll call, please, on this motion?
And that is without fee?
Yes, that's correct.
Alfie, sorry.
That's fine. Okay, Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so the motion passes to continue this item to February 2nd. So, Mr. Yoder, we hope that able to come back in a couple of weeks with a submittal for color elevations and materials so we can have everything we need for our next time we hear the case.
Understood. Thanks.
Well, thank you. All right, Joe, I think we'll move on to docket item C3, please.
Right, C3 is final plat 2020-00016. A request to approve a final plat, create one residential lot and 4 tracts for a 192 unit apartment complex located on the east side of Charlotte Street between East 134th Street on the north and East 135th Street on the south. I believe Olafu has a modified conditions to present to the commission.
actually, Lisa should have emailed your revised staff report this morning. So what we did was did you guys receive it? So the condition went from 20. Sarah, you're muted.
Oh, I'd like to, I don't think I received anything. If someone could send that to me.
Actually, all it is I took out one condition. So
Which
So-
condition is that?
number 22.
So the original condition was to have a cooperative agreement with the Public Works Department.
Actually, hang on, Mr. Chair. I have it up here. So I took out condition number 20.
Okay,
let me have Stacy just chime in. It's Stacy's condition, so I want to make sure she's in. Or if you want me to present what we took out, I can share it with the Plan Commission.
I can share it, Elifu, that's fine. This is Stacy Lowe, Division Manager of Land Development. At the request of the applicant, we removed the condition 20, which was originally shown in the staff report. Conditions number 16 and number 22 cover any items that were originally shown in number 20. 16 requires the dedication of the right-of-way with the plat. Condition number 22 requires a cooperative agreement with the Public Works Department, which pertains to potential construction of 135th, along with the easements that will be required for that construction. We wanted to keep these two items separate because there's a potential, because of the scheduling with the project of Public Works, that it could be delayed. And we'd like to not have to hold up the plat from being recorded because of any potential delays in that agreement. So that's the reason we've facilitated the conditions as we have in this report. We also worked with the applicant leading up to this meeting. We had to go back through council and modify the development plan ordinance in order to accommodate these conditions. So as a staff, we're very comfortable with what we're presenting to you today and would like to move forward as we've noted the modifications.
Okay. Any questions from the commission? Okay, seeing none. So Joe, do we need to open it up for public testimony? If anybody'd like to speak on docket item C3.
Yeah, and you do have the applicant has raised his hand.
Okay.
Doug, you
Okay.
should be able to speak this time.
Yeah, Mr. Stone, as you come off of mute, if you don't mind stating your name and address for the record, we'd sure appreciate that. You're still muted.
I'm sorry, I
There
was
you go.
muted. Good morning, everyone. This is Doug Stone with Lewis Rice. on this docket number C3. This one's been a bit of a bear. It's been continued a couple of times. We've worked very hard with Stacy Alofu and Joe and the rest of the staff, but we've gotten to the point now where I think that this actually could be a consent item. There's still one little tweak that I wanted just to bring up for everyone in the Stacy and I didn't have a chance to talk this morning. That was my fault. I missed a call I had scheduled with her. I apologize for that, Stacy. My only issue is at this point is in condition number 16. The reference is that the 135th Street be constructed in accordance with the major street plan. My only issue is 135th Street, where this is going to be. This is east of Holmes. It's not on the major street plan. Once you get east of Holmes, this is a new street, and this extension isn't on the major street plan. So all I was asking that it say, I've asked a lot of things, and staff's been great. The last thing that remains is I don't think it should say 135th Street in accordance with the major street plan. Just say 135th Street in accordance with the development plan that's been approved, because we have a preliminary development plan and a preliminary plat. So that's my only comment on that. And I'm sorry we've gotten down to the wire on this, but that's where we are. Other than that, I think we're all in agreement.
Okay. Stacy, do you have any comment to that?
I'll need a moment or two to check the major street plan and see what the published plan says. It will take me a minute to look it up. Let me do that as quickly as possible.
Okay, should we go ahead and hold this item and move on to our, see if we can go through continuing our cases on our regular docket? Will that give you enough time?
That would be greatly appreciated, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so Joe, if you don't mind, let's go ahead and hold docket item C3. And then move on to our regular items and go through the continuances first.
That sounds good. All right, our first continuance is docket item 2, case number SUP 2020-00051. This is a request to approve a special use permit for automotive sales on about half an acre zone B3-2, located at 7030 Troost Avenue. Staff is recommending continuance of this case to January 19th with fee, as stated in the docket. And then the next one is docket item 4. The docket says denial. However, the applicant has since the docket was published, requested a continuance. Do you want me to call this one now as well?
Yes, please.
Okay. Case number ROW 2020-00023. Request to vacate several alleys generally bounded by 27th Street on the north, 28th Street on the south, Southwest Boulevard on the west, and Holly Street on the east, to consolidate adjacent parcels into a single parcel and bring building footprints within new property lines. This one, the applicant is requesting continuance to January 19th, and staff recommends without fee. And that is all of our continuances on this docket.
Do we want to go to case 7? That's an actual dismissal and add that to this?
I can go ahead and read that, yes.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Docket item 7, case SUP 2020-00060. Request to approve a special use permit to allow a group living facility in the former Wendell Phillips Elementary School in District R1.5, located at 2433 Vine. The applicant has requested dismissal of this case.
Okay, and then I had docket item 11 to be continued off docket.
Okay, yeah, that one, I apologize. That is a typo. This amendment consists of 2 text changes. One of them we want you to hold for right now. The second one we do want to proceed with. So I think staff got confused there on seeing that one of them needs to be held and thought the whole thing did, but we do want to move forward with that today.
Okay. All right, so looks like we're looking at docket item C4 to continue off docket with fee. See C5. Oh, sorry, I'm wrong place.
You're looking at
docket item 2.
Right.
2, 4, and 7.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Do we have a date for 4, or is that off docket? Or
4 is the January 19th.
okay.
Without a fee.
Right.
Okay. All right, so I'll take a motion for those 3 cases.
I move to continue docket item number 2 to January 19th with fee. Docket item 4 continued to January 19th without fee, and docket item 7 to be dismissed.
Okay, just clarifying the docket item 2 is with a fee.
That's staff's recommendation, yes.
Okay. All right, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call, please, on this motion?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes 8-0 to continue those items as well as dismiss the other case. Stacy, have we allotted you enough time?
Yes, Mr. Chair, you have. I have checked the current major street plan. 135th Street to the east of Holmes is not included on the major street plan. So I would support Mr. Stone's request to modify condition number 16 to remove the language that says as required by the adopted major street plan and replace it with as required by the approved development plan.
Okay, so going back to, we're going back now to docket item C3. And there's an issue on condition number 16. And it appears that we're going to modify that as per what Stacy stated, that instead of it being against the major street plan, it'll now be against the approved development plan. Did I say that right?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Going back, applicant, Mr. Stone, any other comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No other comments other than to actually express appreciation for staff. This has been a complicated project, getting from preliminary plat, development plan through the final plat. Involved the city project of extending 135th Street, extending 134th Street. Very complicated, and we appreciate the efforts of staff working with us. Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay, so with that, is there any public testimony on this docket item?
Mr. Chairman, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, so if there's nothing else, I'll take a motion from the commission on docket item C3.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve with conditions, modifying condition 16 to remove language as required by major street plan with language as required by approved development plan.
And also the removal of condition 20.
Oh, and removal of condition 20.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second, and I just want to make clear that this motion is based on the staff report we received as part of the packet, not the new one that was provided this morning. So with that, Lisa, do you mind taking roll call?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, looks like the motion passes. Mr. Stone, thank you for your patience in working with us on this project, and we're excited to finally see it come forward.
Well, thank you. Although I'm sorry to do this, Mr. Chair, did you say that it was based on the staff report, not the one you got this morning? Was that the motion?
Yeah, so it actually, I think the one we received this morning took out docket item or the number 20. So we're just left it in as to what we've already seen and approved prior to the meeting, if that makes sense. So It'll
I
be
don't think
exactly
that's
what
right.
you, it'll
Don't
be
think that's
exactly.
right.
So we modified 16, we took out docket item 20 and 22 stays as is. So in the end, what goes forward to the council will be 27 conditions.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm being difficult. If Alofu says, yeah, that's right, fine, I'm sorry, I'm not there to look at it. I thought the report this morning was the correct report, and the only change we were
That's-
making.
That's correct.
Doug,
We
Doug.
made the motion based on the old report, not the new one.
I will
I'm
make those
sorry, I'm
necessary
sorry, I'm
corrections.
dense. I'm sorry, I got it, I understand. I apologize, excuse
Okay.
me. Okay, thank
And
you,
I will
sorry.
make my own staff corrections within the report, so that's fine.
I'm sorry, thank you.
All right.
Okay. All right, Joe, let's go ahead and move on to the docket item number 1.
All right, docket item 1 is case SUP 2020-00055. Request to approve a special use permit to allow for a private school in an existing building on about 5 acres located at 9201 Warnell Road. The staff planner is Jamie Hickey.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Let me go ahead and get my PowerPoint going. Okay. Oh, one moment. All right. The first case we have before you is a special use permit for a private school and childcare facility at 9201 Warnell. It's SUP 2020-00055. The existing zoning on the parcel is R2.5 and R7.5. Those are both residential zoning designations, in which schools are allowed, but it does necessitate the special use permit. The existing structure on the site is a former church building, although it has not been used as a church since 2015. The site is located in the southwest section of the city. It is, again, 9201 Warnell. It's just north of where Ward Parkway intersects Warnell. More specifically, this site, it is abutting residential uses and with some office use to the west. You can see here the proposed plans for the building. There are not significant changes to the site being proposed. They are keeping the site largely operating as it did as a church, with the 2 drive access points off of Warnell. What they are proposing is moving the main entrance and then adding some landscaping, but the parking lot and the rest of the kind of the undeveloped portion of the site is to remain as is. There are some proposed changes to the interior of the building, including repurposing some of the space to better accommodate a school use rather than a church use. And that will all be reviewed and permitted separately from this process. And this just goes over a little bit of what I just mentioned. So at this point, they are looking to do infants through, I believe, 3rd grade at this time, and then perhaps additional grade levels later as the school grows. And again, no real changes to the overall site design or utility on the site is proposed. Staff is recommending approval subject to 3 conditions as laid out in the staff report. It does say prior to the BZA hearing in the staff report, due to timing, I would like to revise that to be conditions subject or submitted prior to building permit issuance. I think that will help this project move along to the BZA a little bit faster, and they're with the 3 conditions are fairly straightforward. I think that that's a suitable change, obviously at your discretion. That is what staff is recommending at this time. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions and open it up for the applicant to speak as well.
Okay, any questions from the commission to staff? Okay, so let's go ahead and welcome the applicant.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Vore, and I'm representing the Filson Group, which is the company which will be installing this modified Montessori preschool into the 9201 Warnell building, hopefully very soon.
Fantastic. How many students will you have?
We're hoping around 250 students at full capacity. We don't expect it to reach that number for a little while, COVID notwithstanding, but 250 is what we hope to have it capable of hosting.
And that's kindergarten through 6 or 8?
It will be infants through 6th grade, all encompassing.
Okay. Fantastic. Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none. So Joe, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony.
I saw one person raise their hand and then lower it. Okay, Judith Parker. I'm trying to promote you, Judith. Hold on just a second. All right, she should be promoted it momentarily.
Hi, good morning, Judith. As you're off mute, if you don't mind stating your name and address for the record as you get started, that'd be great. Judith? Judith, are you there? Now you're on mute.
Now, do you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Great. First of all, I want to thank everyone down there for working so hard during this sort of difficult time. I'm going to read this, so be patient, please. My land is located, first of all, my name is Judith Parker. My address is P.O. Box 8605, Casey Mo 64114. I do live in that box. And I own the land located at 9301 Warnell. That is, I'm going to refer to the site in question at the church as the church site simply because it's easier to say, but I'm referring to the applicant. My land is located at 9301 Warnell. It abuts the entire south boundary of the church site and half of the east boundary. This is 40% of all church site boundaries not fronting on Warnell. In the draft planning version of the city's long-range plan, my property was joined with the church site as one parcel. The two sites have historically been closely aligned. My family has paid taxes on our land for 70 years. 50 years ago, the city decreased access from our property to Warnell Road when Warnell was widened. The city took our land by eminent domain. For 70 years, my family has entered their land from the church parking area along an established, unpaved road. I would like to have the permitting folks respect my need for access and grandfather it into the permit use changes. More importantly, the city has a permit sewer easement along the east boundary of the church site. They need to have access to the large sewers and manholes along Dykes Branch Creek, which runs through my adjoining land. I am asking that there be a gate in any fencing that the new school on the church property would construct. I am asking for access through that gate, and the city should have that access as well. I would like to work with the applicant on that. In addition, and lastly, I would ask that all new lighting installed in the present or future parking lots have light blocking shields installed on their south and southeast sides so as not to impact glare over my land at night. All bulbs used in these lights should be within city guidelines for their brightness. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, so Judith, I have a question about your access. Do you already have an access easement or agreement in place with that church properties? And so
No. It's just been informal use for a long time. Everyone's used it, the homeless, hikers, church people, people who fish in Dykes Branch. It really, the problem is that the church property needs probably to fence my property off from theirs in order to protect the children. But in so doing, they landlock my my site. And in order to service Dykes Branch Creek, also the city has an easement along the north and east boundaries of the church site, which really should be left open, although the city can knock down anything they want to get anywhere they want. So yeah, that's it. It doesn't show, it shows my land, but it doesn't show the easement very well. Mr. Olafu knows about this easement.
Yeah, I was just kind of curious. Your property butts clear up to Main Street on the east.
Yes, but it's impassable because of wetlands and terrain. I have just had 2 new wetlands installed federally through GBA engineers on my property, so it is impassable from Main Street.
I'm sorry, you kind of broke up there. I didn't hear what you had installed.
2 federal wetlands, which make my property impassable from Main Street. You were talking probably two city blocks or 3 from Main Street to get to use my land near the south boundary of the church site. I'm just asking for a way to get it. You know, I'm an old lady, 82 years old. I'm not going to molest children or use a path very often. So, but I think there should be some agreement worked out some way with the church property and the new school operators.
Sure.
And it will ultimately serve the school, because the real big elephant in the room is Dykes Branch Creek and the little creek that runs along the back of the church, which in fact, the boundary line goes straight down the middle of that creek. So there's some liability issues. I'd love to meet with the permit people with plats and plots to show it all, but basically I'm just asking for historical use of being able to at least walk, or you know, through. That's how we get the homeless out, and you can document that this year probably 100 homeless people have been taken off my site through that access. Hopefully they won't be there so much because of the new school.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Joe, is there anybody else who would like to speak from the public?
Mr. Chairman, I don't see anyone else raising their hand. No.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and close public testimony. So coming back, Ms. Ward, can you talk a little bit about fencing or access or anything with Ms. Parker?
I will certainly try. We did have a community meeting in the middle of December, a Zoom meeting, and Judith did not attend that meeting. So these are the first time hearing of these issues, which are interesting and a little bit of a surprise, but that's what this forum is for. So I'll take them on however well I can. I do have concerns about unauthorized access to the areas of the property where we're going to have children. I mean, we have a responsibility when we put a playground in, when we put children in a building. Security is primary concern, notwithstanding utility easements and access easements, fire easements and access and things like that, which we've dealt with on other properties. Those are very well spelled out in the plats, in the procedures. We've had to put lanes in with gates to allow fire access to buildings, you know, not on our property that had difficulty with fire access. We're used to dealing with those things. And I would suggest that we deal with them in the natural course of the planning process. I don't know that those really impact special use proceedings. As far as working with Ms. Parker, I think we're going to have the same concerns. We don't want homeless people up against the fence when the children are on the playground. We need to control access to our site for safety reasons. I would have a lot of questions about the current access that's being facilitated through our property, concerns about the southern use of that property. It doesn't appear to have any residential buildings on it. So what is the intended use of that space, and how can we help our neighbors get what they want to out of their property? Again, I think the right context for those conversations is a meeting with the neighbor, an understanding of her goals, and working with whatever easements exist on the property, with the city planners or the utilities that are on the property. I don't think these are obstacles. Like I said, they're a little bit of a surprise to me. I thought these would have been community meeting terms. We've talked with a lot of the neighbors, those south of Ms. Parker's property, as well as those to the east and north of our property. And most of them are actually very happy with the idea of a school going in there. I think maybe particularly in light of the other options that have been proposed. I can tell you our playgrounds will not stretch to the property lines in any case. So in terms of the creek that runs to the east or the wetlands that I believe are on our property to the south, the playground will be well within those boundaries, and playground fencing will be well within those boundaries as well. We really don't recommend putting a creek in a playground. That might be fun for a minute, but it's going to involve a lot of paperwork down the line. So we're going to avoid that.
So just looking at your site plan, I don't see where the playgrounds will be located as well as any fencing.
They are not on that site plan. Those would be part of our planning proposals and our renovation proposals. What we're trying to do here is get the special use permit moving forward so that we can go to a demolition option, which will give us a little better insight into what we've got on the interior of this 1945 building. And from there, we'll progress. We'll have a better sense of what the layout will look like, what ages of children will be supported in what quantities, and then playground development will come after that. But I can tell you conceptually, the playground is going to be to the south and east of the building. Primarily,
Yeah.
We don't plan on using anything north of the building, and we certainly don't plan on using anything in those wooded areas on the south property line either.
Yeah, I would say to get the special use permit, you're going to need to have an updated site plan in order to have that. And so I really suggest that an updated site plan be provided as part of this process, so that everybody knows, as well as spelling out what kind of fencing you're going to put in, whether it's, so we kind of know that too. It's got to fit the area and be approved before you actually go through the construction permitting process. So
I would mention that we are going to be bound by the Missouri Department of Health and Senior Services on some of these
Sure.
points. So they're going to determine the size of our playground. They're going to specify fencing height is 42 inches. Materials generally are going to be a PVC, simply because the metal fencing, while it may be prettier, can get very hot in the summertime. So there's going to be a lot of parameters where other agencies are going to tell us some of those things. We can certainly put together an updated site plan, but until the Missouri Department of Health and Senior Services signs off on our plans, they will at most be a moving target.
okay.
If I may, Chairman Crowell,
Yeah.
it sounds to me like there are a couple of things that need to be resolved, relatively minor as far as the playground and the fencing, but also this conversations ongoing with Ms. Parker. I would love to see this project move forward quickly. However, I do want to make sure that we're getting the full information and that everything is moving along without having to come back through this process with any proposed changes later on. It may be in the best interest of the project to hold this, so allow those conversations and kind of tentative plans to be put forward and go either the second meeting this month or early February, perhaps. You know, the idea was to get this before the BZA next week, but I don't believe that they're going to be prepared to make a decision on this based on the information provided. So,
Right.
you know, depending on what the applicant, you know, obviously this is at your discretion and, you know, what the applicant chooses to provide us. But I think at this time, I will see a more difficult path forward, especially through BZA without all of those pieces in place.
Yeah, I agree. I don't want to see the project delayed any more than anybody else, because to me, it seems like a good project, but I think we need to have the right information to take it to the BZA so that you can get the approval as quick as possible. And right now there's some information that needs to be determined and done before it gets to that point. So I agree. I think we ought to hold it at that point. But I'm one commissioner. I'd rather hear from other commissioners what their thoughts are as well on this particular case.
I was going to say that I'll defer to you in terms of the amount of information they need from the site plan. So if we need to have more of that to make our decision, I'm fine with that. I just am wondering if Ms. Parker's concerns could be something that are negotiated outside of the commission as something that's just directly with the owner as sort of an internal agreement, and that it's not something that holds up the project, because it doesn't seem a concern, at least to me from the commission side, in terms of access. That seems like more of a neighborly concern. I really want to see this project go forward. I mean, I think Kansas City was in a childcare crisis before the pandemic, and it's only gotten worse. I mean, you can all hear our children screaming behind us. So, so I want to see this project happen as soon as possible.
I understand. Anybody else?
Yeah, I also would want to hear from, I think Ms. Parker brought up an issue with the easement from the water department on sewer and so forth. I don't know whether the water department's had, Jamie, have they talked to you about it, or have you talked to the water department? So I'd like to understand, making sure they've got access to what they need to do from maintenance of their sewer and so forth as well. So I would be in support of, I want to see this project go forward as well, but I think there's just a couple of loose items that we should tie up with regards to whether we can do it outside this special permit. But certainly I'd like to get an understanding of where the applicant and Ms. Parker would be on access to her property, but also I'd like to understand from the water department, making sure that they've got access to the sewer lines and so forth to do maintenance as well before I'd see that go forward. So I'd be in support of holding this for another week or two, just to get these items sorted out so we can get a cleaner approval process.
Okay, anybody else?
If I could answer that just a little bit, it might help to clarify. This is not a new ownership. The existing owner of the church property is the person who is putting in this preschool. So there's not a change of ownership or a change of neighbors here. So I understand that the owner of the property has been working with Ms. Parker on a number of issues, of course, for a number of years. So there's not a change of ownership where these parameters are changing. Whatever the existing arrangement was for sewer access, that would be part and parcel part of putting this facility within those constraints. And again, I agree with the other commissioners suggesting that this is a sidebar conversation with a neighbor who has been in contact with the owners over the years over a number of things already, to include offering her services as a landscape architect for the property. So there's interest there. There's ways there can be cooperation there. And it's not a new facility in the sense that this is not a new neighbor. This is not a new owner of the property. This is simply a new use. Notwithstanding, I agree. I think we need to get you guys whatever information is pertinent. We can submit whatever you guys feel like we need. I'm happy to wait till next week to do that. I'm sure I can work with staff. Jamie will be helpful in getting us appraised of what those things are, so we can make sure you have everything you need. And I will always be available to answer those questions as we go along as well.
Okay. Anybody else?
In terms of approving the use, I mean, I'm totally comfortable making that determination today, but it seems though that since that isn't what we will be doing, I think we should just very clearly dictate the things that we're looking to see when we see this again.
Okay. And by all means, it's okay to pass the project now and put another condition or two on there, what's expected prior to going to the BZA, if that works as well. So I do have a question for Ms. Hickey. This was presented to the Water Services Department and they didn't bring up any issue for access or their easements? I mean, I can see. Go ahead.
Yeah, I did not receive comment on this project from them.
Okay, because I do see on the site plan, there's a couple of easements there, one for sanitary, or there's actually two of them. And then they're on top of each other along the east side of the project, but that's it. So it's, at this point in time, I think it's probably up to the commission on how you want to move forward on this project, whether you want to continue it or go ahead and approve the project with the expectation that some more information be provided before it goes to BZA, or just approve the project.
Chairman Crowd, this is Commissioner Beasley.
Yes.
I would like for us to be more consistent on how we move forward a case. We just discussed one where we wanted to have a more complete package before we send it on for other approvals. That being said, that's what I would like for us to do, is to hold and get in what it is we requested so that we are passing along a completed packet of information.
Okay. If that's the case, so that if you recommended you'd like to see it continued, it would be continued to the 19th of January. Ms. Moore, is that enough time to get a site plan put together as to what you anticipate doing on this project?
Absolutely. We could have submitted that today if I had thought we would have needed one. So we can have that to you guys this afternoon if that's fast enough.
Yeah, we just won't be meeting until the 19th again.
I understand.
So,
I understand.
Okay.
And again, so we're looking for, what are we looking for? A sketch of the playgrounds?
Yeah, I think a complete site plan as to what's needed, what's going to be done for this actual project to convert it from the church to the Montessori school. And that would include, where's the playground, where's fencing going to go? Is the parking going to stay where it is? Or are there any improvements to that? And then, probably showing an access gate, I would guess. And then actually the materials as to what's going to be provided for the fencing. So we have that all together, as well as what the height of the fence looks like.
Thanks.
So it's more just a complete site plan as to what's going to be done there.
Thanks. Got it.
Could there be an addition? I mean, it's in the staff report about pedestrian crosswalks and where those would be located. Could that be included in the site plan as well?
Sure. Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and move to continue this then to the 19th without fee.
Okay. With this, any stipulations you want to add to that as to what you'd like to see?
I think you outlaid it well, just a more complete site plan that allows us to, with more confidence, pass this or make a decision upon it.
Okay. So I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call, please, on this motion?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Okay, so the motion passes, Ms. Moore. If you can provide a more complete site plan, and then work with Jamie on that as to what's needed, and she will modify the staff report at that time and bring it back to the Planning Commission on the 19th.
I appreciate all the input and all the
Okay.
feedback. I just want to run through the list to make sure I haven't missed anything. You'd like to see the playground outline, the fencing material and height proposals, and pedestrian crosswalks and access from Warnell to the front door, I assume. Anything else?
Yeah, I would just like, I think, a complete site plan as to what you're proposing to do at the project itself. Your
Yeah,
landscape
yeah.
architect should be able to help you with that, as well as Ms. Hickey can get you a complete list as to what's expected on a site plan that's listed in, our rules and regulations.
Okay, I'll rely on
We can
staff.
talk
then.
offline.
Yeah,
Thank you, Jamie.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Joe, looks like we're ready to move on to docket item 3.
All right. Docket item 3 is case SUP 2020-00047. This is a request to approve a special use permit to allow the expansion of an existing gas station on about 1.5 acres at 9700 North Polo Drive. The staff planner is Jamie Hickey.
All right, moving on to the Phillips 66 expansion at 9700 North Polo Drive. The existing zoning there is B3-3. The project proposed is a 704 square foot addition to an existing convenience store and gas station that also includes a car wash. The project is up in the northwest section of the city. More specifically, it is just east of I-29, and just west of here is Ambassador Drive with the kind of roundabout business park area to the west there. Again, this is an existing site. You can see highlighted in yellow here, there is a small addition planned for the rear of the existing convenience store to add additional square footage to that store. No real site changes are proposed there, and no changes to either the gas pumps or the car wash. It is just an expansion onto the convenience store at this time. Here are the elevations proposed. It is essentially a continuation of the existing building, very similar in nature and design. The one we did put a condition in to paint the store to match the something to better match the facade so that it blends in and is less of an obvious transition to a new space. But otherwise, the plan is just to extend the existing building. One of the more pertinent conditions included in the staff report regards to the street frontage landscaping here. This landscaping kind of median or area with the sidewalk is shown as existing landscaping to remain. However, street view images do not show the trees and such included at present. So we would ask that the applicant provide us with images that either show that the existing landscaping is reflective of what is shown on the plan, or provide us with a plan to enhance that landscaping to meet the street tree and other requirements for the site. Otherwise, staff is recommending approval subject to the 10 conditions listed in the staff report. I am suggesting that we have those conditions met prior to building permit issuance, but again, that is at the commission's discretion. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions or allow the applicant to speak.
Okay, any questions from the commission to Jamie? Did I hear you say there's a car wash as part of this or no?
Existing.
Existing, okay. Okay, and then as far as the building itself with the addition, is there any other modifications other than just the little piece in the back? Is there going to be any character adding or any architecture done to the exterior of the building to?
No, it's just an extension of the existing facade. It really is of kind of a minimal change. It is not adding any additional architectural detail or anything. If you take a look at the facade elevations, they are fairly kind of basic. There's not a lot of architectural detail, but this section is not adding any, so it does transition pretty seamlessly from what is there.
Okay. All right, well, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant.
Bear with me, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to locate him in the list here. Okay, Riyadh Baghdadi is now promoted.
Good morning, Mr. Baghdadi. If you don't mind taking yourself off mute, and as you do, state your name and address for the record, please. There you go. I think you're off mute now. Good morning. Mr. Baghdadi?
Mr. Chair, I know he said he was going to try to call in by phone. And, but I don't see a phone number. Here's someone who might be him, that might be his phone. I'm going to promote that just in case it's him.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah. Hi, this is Riyad Baghdadi from RB Architecture Engineering.
Hi, is there anything else you'd like to speak on behalf of the case?
No, I
What you're
just
doing?
want to clarify that the car wash, the existing car wash is going to be added to the store. So the car wash itself will be removed and the space for the car wash will be added to the C store.
Okay, so you're actually taking the car wash out and putting in its place this store addition.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Any, yes.
Chair Carl, this is Stacy Lowe from Land Development. I might be able to help clarify this. The car wash itself is being removed. The square footage that represents the car wash is being added to the convenience store, as well as the addition that Ms. Hickey referenced during her presentation.
Oh, okay.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Are you planning any improvements to the exterior of the facility to provide some new and updated architecture to the facility?
No, not really. Our only plan is to add that area behind the existing store to the C store. We're not modifying any pumps or canopy or anything like that.
Not even a coat of paint or anything?
Not even a coat of paint. No.
From my standpoint, it's kind of disappointing, but
yeah.
Okay. Any questions from the commission to the applicant? Seeing none, Joe, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony.
Mr. Chairman, no one is raising their hand.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to state, applicant, about the project? You do agree with the conditions as stated? Mr. Baghdadi?
Yes, we accept the conditions.
You accept it? Okay. All right. If there's nothing else, I'll take a motion from the commission.
Motion to approve docket item 3 with conditions.
Okay, I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
A second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second. Lisa, do you mind taking a roll call, please, on this motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Sorry, aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, looks like the motion passes for docket item number 3 for a special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thanks.
good luck with the project.
Thank you.
Yep. So Joe, I guess we're ready for docket item 5.
That's correct. Docket 5 is case number CPC 2020-00153. Request to approve a development plan in District M1-5 to allow for a 144,000 square foot building addition on about 15 acres located at the northwest corner of Northeast 40th Street and North Kimball Drive. Olufu Agbaji is the staff planner.
Good morning, Olafu. I think you're on mute right now.
I believe his Zoom is frozen at the moment, so he's trying to work through that. Give me just a moment.
Okay.
Olaf is going to have to shut down his computer and restart it and rejoin the meeting. So I would suggest, Mr. Chair, that we move on to docket item 8.
Docket item 8, yeah. I was going to say
5 and 6
okay.
after that.
Let's go ahead and do that in the interest of keeping the meeting moving forward. So go ahead and introduce docket item number 8, please.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me now?
I can, yes.
Thank you. Thanks to Zach. Zach just came and
okay.
He was completely frozen. So
all right,
sorry
so
about that.
Yeah, so I guess docket item 8, folks, I'm sorry to get you excited that you're going early. So we're going to go back now to docket item 5. Go ahead, Joe, if you don't mind introducing the case, docket item 5, or I guess you already have.
Yeah, I just read it.
Okay.
Olafu, you can go ahead if you can share your screen on 5.
Okay. Let me make sure I'm sharing the right screen. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, we see all the slides. There you go.
Had it all teed up and ready to go.
Let's go ahead and get started. Oh, if you don't mind.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Chairman, I can't see you, but I can go. This next case is a request for a development plan, and it's located on the east side of town where my arrow is. It's more just on the north side of Highway 210, just east of the village of Birmingham at the northwest corner of northeast 40th Street and Kimball. This is a closer look at the site. Surrounding uses of this site includes a FedEx ground to the east of the site, Musicians Friends, FedEx Freight, and then the intermodal facility just to the northeast of the site. Again, Village of Birmingham extends through the site from northeast 40th Street. This is the site, is the CK Packaging facility. Again, northeast 40th Street, Kimball. This is a view of the site looking west with Kimball in the foreground. And the request before you is a request for a development plan. This site is within the Northland Park, which is about 1,600 acre development, originally approved back in 1990, recently approved back in 2009. And this development within this park allows for up to 2.3 million square foot of development in 6 phases. This proposed development plan is within phase 1. The next, this site is also within the Birmingham Levy District. The proposal, the reason is before you is that the developer is proposing about more than 50% building addition to the existing site. And also worthy of note is that the site also is within the stream buffer as identified by the city's map. This is the original or the current approved Northland Park as it sits. The site is right around here within phase 1. A closer look at the existing site. So it's proposed on lot 8, and the addition will go on to lot 8. This is 8B, and this is lot 8. Again, this is the site in yellow, and the proposals for an addition onto the vacant parcel to the north. And this blue line represents the stream buffer that comes through the site. The applicant has filed for a waiver as required by the code to have the stream buffer removed. So, and that's under review, and that will be processed and go to city council along with this request for, along with this development plan. This is the proposed building addition at this location. So this is the existing building. This is the proposed addition. And overall, the site is 15 acres. The property is zone M1-5, and the request is for approval of an addition just for warehouse space. The existing building is 102,000 square feet, and the proposed addition is 143,000 square feet, bringing the total to 245,000 square feet. Parking on the site will remain 114 parking spaces plus 23 parking spaces. With the addition, the overall employees at the site will be 65. So again, this is the existing building. This is the proposed addition. This is the landscaping plan submitted by the applicant and staff. As you can see, the applicant is proposing landscaping just along the proposed addition. Staff would like the landscaping plan revised to spread this through the site and beef up the landscaping around the perimeters. Also, staff has asked for the landscaping to be revised to provide what I'll call additional berms and landscape screening for the warehouse, for the loading docks that face onto the public street. Again, this is the proposed elevation. They are going to match the existing, it's currently metal panels, and they will match that. And staff has asked for a canopy that the applicant added to the entry door on the east facade. So what I'm looking for is additional landscaping to kind of just buffer this loading docks from the public view. Again, this is the existing building and this is the addition. So you can see that there are additional screening required along Kimball. With that, staff's recommendation is for approval subject to the 23 conditions, and I'll take any questions.
Okay, anybody have any questions for staff?
Could you talk a little bit more about the waiver of the stream buffer?
The waiver is a separate request, and I'll let Stacy handle that. So,
Commissioner Allender, I'm happy to give you some more information on the stream buffer waiver. When you look at the site and what the actual conditions exist, this is actually an error in the city's stream buffer map. There is no stream that's present at this location. Unfortunately, by the language that we currently have in the city's code, we have no other option at this time other than to process a waiver through the city council to relieve the applicant of this requirement. We are in the process of trying to update the code in the near future to give staff the option for when there is this sort of error that we can do an administrative approval, but we don't have that option at this time. And Olufu is correct. They have submitted their waiver application. It's currently under review. We're going to try and get the waiver application completed such that the council ordinance for that waiver and the council ordinance for the development plan can go to the city council on the same day. So the applicant will only have to make one trip to the committee in order to plead their case for approval.
Great, thank you. That's great, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I should also add that the applicant has submitted an administrative request for modification to the bicycle parking requirement in the code. That is also under review, but I have, as part of my report, informed the applicant that the recommendation staff has is that we will reduce that to 50% of the bicycle parking, long-term and short-term bicycle parking required by the code. So that's one of the issues the applicant had also.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from commission to staff?
So there's sort of an interesting thing happening, which is there's this Birmingham, Missouri, that's right adjacent in the middle of Kansas City. Am I understanding that correctly, Olufu?
That is, the village of Birmingham is completely surrounded by the city of Kansas City.
Yeah, so I guess I'm just wondering, are they consulted in any way on projects that sort of surround them, because Kansas City is their neighbor?
No, I've been
Okay.
doing work in the park and I've not had any contact with them. There is a Birmingham levy district that's different from the village that handles most of the work we do within the Birmingham levy area. But the village directly, no, we've not had direct contact with the village of Birmingham.
Okay. I guess I'm just wondering, you know, it seems, not having studied the land use plan, it seems like we're building a lot of manufacturing around them. So I just am curious that they have an opinion on that. So.
Yep, we recently amended this area plan also, so I don't know how much involvement they have, but that's a good question, and I'll look into who their contact is. So,
Commissioner Sadowski, this is Joe. I can tell you with reasonable certainty that when Long Range conducts the master planning for area plans, they work with every other level of government in the vicinity of the area plan. So for example, when they would have prepared this area plan, which does recommend industrial development for this whole area surrounding Birmingham, I am very confident that Long Range would have not only consulted the people at the city of Birmingham or village of Birmingham, but they would have been part of that process.
Okay.
For putting that plan together.
thank you, and that's who I'm going to go to see if I can get their contact as future projects come to. So.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions from the commission? Seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for the applicant. Applicant, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you mind stating your name and address for the record, please?
Sure, Will Dubois, and I'm at 4301 Indian Creek Parkway with Davidson Architecture and Engineering. We're representing CKS. Sorry, I'm not sure if you can quite see me with the video. Overall, I think the staff laid out what's going on here pretty clearly. We're going to be expanding the CKS site up north. They're pretty busy and they need some more space to do their work. There are some interesting conditions we're working through. As staff mentioned, there is an imaginary stream running through the site that we're working through that they've been helpful with. There are 3 items that on the conditions for approval that we would like to discuss, however. The first one being from development management. B, item 3, the landscape berm. We are, I'm actually, can I share my screen really quick? Sorry, let's see here. I don't know if you can see my, can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
So I'm trying to navigate to the, so we're in agreement mostly with the landscape requirements that are being asked. We actually do have some landscaping that is being added to the south over here. We're happy to add additional landscaping to kind of bring up even more than what's already existing on the site. So we're already planning on doing some to the south. We're happy to add additional landscaping to create that screen. What I'm asking here is not to do any landscaping. It's that we would like the flexibility to do the shrubs that, you know, do that permanent screening. I had spoke to Olufu, and I know the staff, the preference is for permanent berming, which we will bring up with the CKS group and also everyone involved, and I'll recommend that. But we would like to have the option, as it's in the code, to do the landscape screening rather than necessarily construct a berm is our preference. To at least have that flexibility to choose between those two and not have to do one or the other. The other item, as Olufu mentioned, we submitted a bicycle plan. As you can kind of tell, this is obviously an industrial area. You know, we got a lot of trucks coming along with Kimball, and it's primarily serviced by this 210 highway. So there's really not a lot of bicycle traffic. We're not asking to not put any bicycle parking in. The application we submitted actually only had 2 bicycle spots. I saw the 50% that was proposed. And let me give you some of the numbers just really quick to give you an idea of what we're talking about reducing from. So 10%, which is a short-term parking, would be 12 short-term spots. And based on the employee count, we'd be doing 9. So that's the full amount. What we would like to propose instead is to do 2 long-term and 2 short-term. So you'd be getting about 16% for long-term and 22% for short-term. And we don't expect those really to be used much at all in any case. So that's actually, we'd be happy to go with those numbers, the 2 and 2, which is more than we actually applied for in our formal application, but we'd be happy to do 2 long-term, 2 short-term. We think that that would be adequate for the bicycle usage in this area. And I have one final item that I think we'll have more discussion. So if does anyone have any questions for me on those first 2 items, the berm or the bicycle parking, before I move on to our third item?
How many spots were required? I just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
So long-term parking is based on employee count. So 1 per 20 employees. So that would have been 9. And then short-term parking is 10% of your car parking, which would leave us with 12. And that's when you round up and everything. And what we propose is a reduction just to a simple 2 and 2 of short-term, long-term.
Okay.
I'd like to hear from Olufu on the beam, the berm versus the flexibility of berm versus landscaping, if I could.
The landscape section gives the applicant the option and the flexibility. So it has to be done in a way where it's a cluster of trees and evergreen. And the reason staff prefers the berm is that the berms will not die. So the berms will screen at least the lower level of those loading docks as you go along the public right away. And then once you sprinkle plants on those, evergreens do have a life. So after a while, they will eventually die, you know, your spruce and your, but we will work with the applicant, and all we want to do is that it be screened. We know we can't hide it, but again, if you drive through and you drive around loading docks, you know that the berm does a better work than, but the berm is not required. So it's a flexibility. It's just a preference that staff prefers.
So you're okay with either or at the end of the day?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
And what I'll do is probably I'll have to now visit the site and just see. Sometimes I request berms, and then it's either swale there that you can't put the berms, or you just don't have enough width to mount anything significant. So, and then it makes it difficult to plant. So I'll do a drive-by sometimes prior to me finalizing the landscape plan, and make sure that what I'm asking is actually doable and physical in a physical environment.
And we're happy to work with city staff. Our concern right now is just being locked into that. The way that I was reading, maybe it's just my interpretation being off, is that it would lock us into having to do berms. We're happy to continue to work with staff. We just want to make sure that we're not being held to only doing one type of screening.
No, it's not. It doesn't relegate you to just berms. So I see where you get that, because I wanted additional berms. So we'll see where you can get me some and where you can. So are you completely against getting me berms or
I'm
including
not
berms?
completely against it. When I had discussed with CKS, we had really just been discussing landscaping as different types of plantings. And when I saw that on the staff report, I hadn't discussed that with them yet. So I just wanted to have an opportunity to discuss that, the extent of it that we would need and everything else before we were locked into doing anything.
Okay. No, I'm fine. I'm flexible on that.
Okay. Then and I discussed this with staff a little bit too. There's one final item that I think will generate a bit more discussion. The request for and the LDD number 4 and 11 for sidewalks along both Kimball and 40th Street. I understand why the city, likes to put in the sidewalks, but we have several different concerns with sidewalks that vary for both of those streets. Is my screen still visible where you can see what's on my screen? Okay, so this is our site right here, circled in red. And I've kind of given a little background staff has. This is primarily serviced by this highway right here. You have a lot of heavy traffic coming in here from the highway. Kimball really just goes up to this exit where there's, it's kind of like a truck depot. And
Your screen is still showing the landscape plan.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, let me see if I can change.
You have to unshare and then reshare.
Okay, let's see. I'm having a bit of issue with getting Zoom to reopen fully where I can. Sorry about this. Sorry, I'm not sure why I'm having such difficulty right now with this. Let me try opening it this other way. 1 second, sorry. Can everyone see this new screen with, it has a site plan here? It should have some colors.
Yeah, we can see that one now.
Okay, all right. So right here in red is our site. I was talking about, here's Tucson Highway. We get a lot of truck traffic coming along Kimball. It's kind of one of the main streets our trucks come down. There's like a truck-ish depot up here. And so there's a lot of heavy truck traffic along here. So we have some concerns in general about pedestrian safety. If we put in a sidewalk, which we acknowledge might be a possibility, we have some concerns, and I just have some, what I'd like to bring up with the city, pedestrian safety in 2 different ways. There's been a traffic accident of cars turning, and the trucks just don't have time to stop as they come down Kimball. And I know a car was hit really badly, and so I have concerns about having pedestrian sidewalks running up and down along North Kimball and 40th Street without any kind of mitigation for pedestrians crossing or anything else. I don't know if the city has long-term plans or not, but I'm concerned about us putting a sidewalk and then being responsible for any issues that arise in the future from pedestrians crossing it's not a highway, but you got trucks barreling down this road. This is a higher elevation. Apparently they go down here pretty quick. My other concern is on 40th Street. We would be constructing a sidewalk that goes up to a rail crossing. Obviously our site ends right before the rail crossing, but the kind of implication here is that we'd be bringing pedestrians across 40th Street over to a rail crossing and basically dumping them at a rail crossing. I don't know if the city has any plans or what we need to do to mitigate that. But I have concerns about building a sidewalk where, once again, we're taking people from the site and then bringing them to a condition that isn't really pedestrian friendly. The other issue that we have is that we have a drainage easement along here that it really restricts the ability to construct a sidewalk. So there's additional burden that's being placed upon CKS when they're trying to construct this. It's not like we can just plop a sidewalk down very easily. It's a little bit easier on the east side, but on the south side, it's really tricky to build on our property side where we have this easement. And we've been working with the Birmingham Levy District and Northland Park, and they're very protective of the drainage easements because they don't want flooding into these industrial buildings. And then finally, this isn't a reason for us not to construct, but it appears when we're looking in the area for how we construct this, that other new construction hasn't been held to the same standards of having to construct a sidewalk, where it's been allowed by the city that you can have a sidewalk on one side of the street and that can serve the entire area rather than building a new sidewalk for a new building. And with there already being sidewalk on the east side of Kimball, but on the west side of Kimball, there isn't really anything for us to connect to. So we would prefer not to build a sidewalk that has potential hazards and isn't really connecting to anything. That's basically my background on how we see the sidewalk. And if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask, but basically we had asked that both of those conditions be removed, especially more than the east one, the ones to the south we have more concern about.
Okay, anything else?
No, we covered the first two items, conditions, and those last ones right there, the sidewalks we would ask that condition be removed. That's number 4 and 11.
Okay, so let's go back to, as we're talking about these particular conditions, we've already talked about 1B3 with the berms, and I think there's flexibility there. And then 1C is the short-term, long-term bicycle parking. You're proposing 2 and 2. What staff is asking for is a 50% reduction. Is that right, Olafu? So that would be what, 4 or 5 long and 6 short?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. And then item 4, let's see, you're looking to take that one off altogether. So I guess I'd like to hear, Stacy, if you don't mind. I mean, some of this you're with the argument of the traffic and that, it does make sense to put the sidewalks in to get the pedestrians off of the street. I understand the concern about other developments and that, but I think they've been around a long time, and so this is a piece coming in. You're putting in a major expansion, gives that opportunity to get it back up to where it should be. But I'm anxious to hear from staff on the sidewalks.
Mr. Chairman, this is Stacy Lowe. I'll go ahead and speak to the sidewalks. We had previous meetings with Mr. Dubois regarding these sidewalks, and at the time I informed him that the city's requirement is for sidewalks on both sides of the street. That was where the conditions came from. He at no point in our conversation requested that all of condition 4, which was the full half-street improvements, be removed. So I was unaware of that request prior to today. He also failed to mention any specific drainage concerns that were brought to him by the Birmingham Levy District during our previous meetings when we tried to work with them. Joe is currently showing you a street view of the site, and I believe that there is space to install a sidewalk without impacting that drainage area. But as I said, that concern was never brought to staff's attention prior to the hearing today, so I have not had time to evaluate it. And we would request that the conditions remain in place as is. We believe that it is in the best interest to get these developers, as many as possible, to install the sidewalks when they do their developments, to alleviate the need for the city to come back and do this as part of the city's requirements and budgeting in the future. That is my positions. I've made these positions very clear to Mr. Dubois during previous meetings when he had some questions regarding these conditions, and my position still stands today.
Okay. What?
And to add to that, Mr. Chairman, I also reviewed that's the reason I put the current approved plan on there. The current approved plan did not show any sidewalk. And again, it was from a long time ago. But all the recent projects we've approved in this area, we've required sidewalks, and those have been installed. And that's why you see sidewalk in the area. So what you see is sidewalk in small pieces. This was done, I think, about 4 or 5 years ago, and those sidewalks exist today. And I went through all the North Point development, and I told them if we miss some, that doesn't mean we don't require you to do it. So our missing, requiring sidewalk does not exempt you from providing what's required. So.
Okay.
Really quickly. So I totally understand. I understand the city when you do expansions, you build out, and this is how you kind of do your connection through these. And I'm less concerned really about that east side and the drainage. On the east side, it's less of an issue than the south side is I'm bringing up. And during our conversations, yes, this had been reiterated to us, but we had also had conversations where we brought up those other areas where along an entire side of the street, there was sidewalk. And then on the other side, there was none, including new building. And maybe this is me misunderstanding, but it had sounded like that was being investigated by city staff as possible. What was it going to be required or not? I understand that it was said, well, this is what the letter of the law says, similar to how the stream buffer isn't, that's what the letter of the law, and sometimes you have to go with it. I understand that. But my understanding was that was still being looked at. Can we just go with one side of the street? And as I just mentioned, our concern is a little bit less with 80th Street than as far as drainage than the Northeast 40th Street. But then also something I like to bring up, regardless of the staff's recommendation or what happens in this meeting, the concerns for pedestrians along North Kimball, both for the rail and for that the heavy traffic along there. At our public meeting, we actually only had one person, and their concern was actually trucks and cars exiting, because they're the applicants, or not the applicant, the property to the north. They've experienced, trucks coming down Kimball really quickly. So if we're putting in a bunch of sidewalks, it's basically implying, hey, come walk here, cross the street. And I just want to also bring up that concern regardless of what action is taken as well.
Okay, thank you. Any thoughts from the commission at this time?
My thought is to go with staff recommendation on the sidewalks.
Okay.
I would agree. I think sidewalks are important for pedestrian safety, even in more industrial areas. And I think it's critical that we uphold that standard, especially for this one.
Okay. Have we done public testimony yet? I don't think we have. So let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony, Joe.
Okay, we have Deb Herman who's raised her hand. I'm going to promote her now.
Okay. Hi, good morning, Ms. Herman. If you don't mind stating your name and address for the record, that'd be great. And I think you're still on mute. There you go.
My name is Deb Herman. I'm with Northland Neighborhoods Incorporated at 5340 Northeast Shoto Traffic Way. I didn't get on this morning to testify to this project, and I'm not real familiar with it. However, we do, Birmingham's involved at Northland Neighborhoods. They are part of our Northland community. It's a very small village of about 200 people. Generally, I would just say, and we encourage business to develop. This sounds like a great business, but I would just encourage that we maintain staff recommendations. We see too often that we take away berms, we take away bicycle parking or bicycle availability, and then the excuse is, well, no one rides their bikes. Well, they don't ride their bikes because there's no facilities. The same with the sidewalks. I understand that a lot of that area does not have sidewalks. But then I would think that maybe the developer could contribute to one of our trail systems. I just hate to see us give up on badly needed infrastructure that we then have to come back to the city and beg for later. It really does impact our communities in the long term. Just a general comment. Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. And thank you for your service to Kansas City. Anybody else, Joe, raise their hand?
No, I was just getting ready to say there's no one else.
Okay, thank you. So let's go ahead and close public testimony. So, at this time we've had, I think, plenty of back and forth between the commission and the applicant as well as city staff. I'd just like to make sure we go through these items one more time that we're on the same page. The concerns were condition items 1B3, which is landscape berms. Again, it sounds like there's some flexibility there between berms and evergreens that will be worked out between the applicant and staff. Obviously, staff prefers the berms because they're a lot more hardy than the actual landscape trees and bushes and that kind of thing, and especially if they get run over. Then item 1C, the short-term, long-term bicycle parking. What's being asked is at this time is a waiver of 50% of that, which would take it down to 4 long-term, if I understand right, or is it rounded up? Because it's required as 9. So is it half of that is 4.5? So does that mean 4 or is it 5?
We believe it'd be 5. When we do our calculations, we round up. So we would assume it'd be 5.
Okay, and then the short-term bicycle parking would be 12 short-term.
No, reduced to 50% would be 6.
So, okay. So
6 and 5.
5 and 6. Okay. What's the commission's thoughts on the bicycle parking? The applicant is asking for 2 and 2, and with a 50% waiver, it's a 5 and 6.
I know that long-term is a little bit more difficult to accommodate than short-term. I don't see any reason why they couldn't meet the short-term requirements. But I also am fine with them meeting the long-term as well. But just wanted to clarify that.
So you're saying like a 2 and 6 or the 5 and 6?
I definitely think the 6. I also think the 5 isn't, considering the scale of this project, I don't think it's really that much to add on. I just also wanted to point out that the town of Birmingham is like a half a mile down the road. So the concept of somebody being able to actually walk to their job there is not unreasonable, or to ride a bike. So I think I'd really like to see a condition in which the people in that town can actually go to work without having to have a car.
Okay.
I'd be fine just to leave the staff conditions in as is.
Okay. And that takes us to, then I'd same with item number 4, condition 4, and that would be the site improvements. Just for my sake, Stacy, do you mind? What does that mean to have street improvements? What are the improvements that are expected as part of that?
It would be expected for the west half of Kimball, only the west side, to meet the city's current requirements, which would be curb and gutter, sidewalk, and street lighting. Any of those improvements that currently exist, since the approved curb and gutter already exists, would just need to be repaired if there are any bits in disrepair. And then it would just mean most likely adding sidewalks and potentially adding street lighting if necessary.
Okay, so it's no street widening or turn lanes or anything of that nature?
At this time, no, we don't anticipate any street widening to be necessary. It's just making sure everything is in good condition to meet the current city standards.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that clarification.
Mr. Chair and Stacy, do you want me to add a correction that they show sidewalk on the revised plan too? Because the plan doesn't show sidewalk right now, so.
I think that would be beneficial just to confirm that they comply with the commission's requirements. I'm okay with the plans being updated prior to council, but I would appreciate the plans being corrected to show sidewalks.
So that would mean adding a 1G, Mr. Chairman. That's it, just show sidewalk on the revised plan. So.
Okay. And then condition number 11. And that's also the same kind of statement that the north half be improved to commercial collector standards, which would be the curb, sidewalk, and lighting.
Correct, Mr. Chair. Any of those improvements that aren't currently existing, we would ask to be installed. I am not sure what's there now. And we can also work with the Birmingham Levy District as necessary if there are drainage concerns specifically along that portion of 40th Street to make sure that we don't cause them any harm by any of the improvements that we request.
Okay, thank you. So hearing that, just going back to the commission on the number 4 and 11, thoughts on those?
My thought is we should go with staff recommendation on those conditions.
Okay.
Agreed.
All right, so sounds like we've got through the whole case here. At this point in time, I'll take a motion on the case.
Mr. Chair, I move that case number 5 be approved with conditions. Do I need to say that the sidewalk should be added in on the site plan as well as a condition?
I think, yeah, you're just stating that to update the site plan prior to the next step. Going to council.
Yeah, approve with conditions to update the site plan as discussed. Is there
Okay.
anything else I need?
I've got a motion. So I've got a motion in a second.
And then do we want to address 1B number 3, the berms, allowing for some flexibility there?
I'm fine with it. We don't have to. I'll work with them on those. So.
We're fine with language as it is, as long as it might have just maybe been a misunderstanding on my part. If Olafu says that there is flexibility built into that language, we're fine with it as it stands.
Yeah, it sounds like the
Second.
flexibility's there. Okay. So I've got a motion in a second on docket item number 5. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes. We appreciate you coming in and talking through the project and certainly wish you good luck with it. We're excited to see it move forward.
Thanks. I appreciate your time, guys.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so we're ready for docket item number 6. Is everybody okay? Do we need to take a 10-minute break for restroom or anything? Seeing nobody raising their hand for that, so Joe, let's go ahead and move to docket item 6.
All right, docket item 6 is case number SUP 2020-00048. This is a request to approve a special use permit to allow for a gasoline and fuel sales use on about 1 acre located on the east side of North Antioch Road, just south of I-35. And Olafu Agbaji is the staff planner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we start with this case, I did receive a request from the applicant late yesterday that they want this case to be continued. And I asked them that they had to make this request before the City Plan Commission since staff is recommending denial of this project. And I also received a communication from the neighborhood who are present also. So I'd like us to take the discussion of the requested continuance prior to hearing this case.
Okay, so just so the commission is clear, we're just going to hear whether or not we should continue this case. So we don't take any testimony on the case itself. And so just want to go through the thought process on that. So the applicant is looking to continue the case until what date, Olofu?
I don't have his email up. I want to see if he's on because I did say he should come on and make the request himself. So.
Okay.
Hello, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mark Murdoch. I'm with Sullivan Palmer Architects. Our address is 8621 Johnson Drive. That's in Merriam, Kansas. And at this time, as Olofu said, we would like to respectfully request a continuance for this case due to the fact that the staff did recommend a denial of our case, and we received several new comments in the staff report, and we haven't had time to react and work out these new comments or anything like that with staff. That we would like to ensure a recommendation of approval for our future meeting.
Okay, so if we continue the case, it would either be the 19th or February. I lost it.
Second.
Second? Yeah, second, yeah. Which of those dates will give you the time to actually go through those items? And it's kind of sounds like there might be some folks online here that would like to speak about the case too, that may be an opportunity to go back and talk to the public about this project.
I mean, we're okay with we're okay with January, was it 19th?
Yeah, 2 weeks from today.
Right, we're okay with that. If Olofu, if you think we need more time, February 2nd is fine too, but we prefer January 19th.
Okay. All right, so let's hold that for now. Because we have some of the public here, should we open it up for public testimony on the continuance of this case? Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Yvonne Herrick just raised their hand and I'm promoting her.
Okay, do you mind taking the, Olofu, taking the screen down so we can kind of see everybody?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I like seeing everybody's faces. There we go.
Hello.
Hi, and just a note here, Yvonne, if you don't mind stating your name and address for the record, but also we're just talking about the continuance of this case. We're not talking about the case itself or getting into the merits of the case.
Right. So basically you're just wanting us to say whether we approve or reject the continuance?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I see no problem accepting the continuance. My name's Yvonne Herrick, and my address is 4206 Northeast Shamir. I'm currently the treasurer of the neighborhood association, but have been various officers over the year.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And again, if it's just with the continuance, we have no objection to this being continued. The January 19th date would be
okay. Sounds good.
The beginning of the month.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Joe, is there anybody else that would like to speak about the continuance of this case from the public?
It looks like Deb Herman would like to speak to this. She just messaged me, so I'm going to go ahead and promote her.
Okay. Welcome back, Ms. Herman.
Hello. Personally, I do have an objection to it. The developer has not met with us, which is unfortunate because I do know that he knows we exist. We've dealt with him with this owner on other projects and other properties. I have invested 2 hours of my time here this morning, waiting for this case to come up. And I think it's very discourteous to myself and Yvonne and anyone else interested in this project to waste our time like that. I don't know if he notified Yvonne, but he's apparently lost our contact information. So yeah, I do object.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just taking some notes here.
I had just had a question about the timing of all of this in terms of this applicant being notified of the denial and how much time they had before sort of making the decision to continue, rather than, because it ended up on the docket and people had to be here as a result. And I think we all want to try to avoid that, so that people aren't assuming that the project's coming forward.
I guess, Olufu, that's a question for you.
In terms of the timing, they've been trying to meet, and they held a prior meeting, and I did not deem that to be a viable meeting. And they had a meeting on January 2nd, I think. And my thought of leaving this on here today was they would report what the outcome of that meeting is. So in the summary of the prior meeting, there was only one person at that meeting. So I was hoping that they would, at this meeting today, give us what the summary of the meeting they just had on Saturday. So that was the last meeting they held. So one of my main reasons was there was not enough, like Ms. Herman said, enough neighborhood engagement. So with that, it stayed on because the applicant insisted on moving forward. So we kept him on. And my hope was the applicant was going to give the Plan Commission the summary of that meeting today, and he requested this continuance.
Okay. It seems to me that, having a public meeting on January 2nd, right in the middle of a holiday weekend, it's probably not the best of timing to have such a meeting to get, good participation from neighbors and those around the area. So, I guess my thought is, I don't know if January 19th is enough time to go through the comments, as well as it sounds like we need to have a real public meeting on this particular project. And my apologies, Ms. Herman, wasting your time on this. But it sounds like the applicant needs to do a little bit more due diligence to, talk through the project itself. That's just my opinion. Is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak regarding the continuance of this case, Joe?
No, Mr. Chair, I don't see anyone else.
Could I mention
Okay.
something else?
Sure.
I believe that one of the things that they're talking about that they wanted more time on is the fact that MoDOT said that they were too close to the highway entrance ramp, which the traffic issue is going to be a big deal there. So I was just going to comment on that. So we've gotten a lot of feedback from the neighborhood group on our Facebook group page. So.
Okay, yeah, and that's just a merit of the project to be discussed at a future date, I think. So maybe bring that up at that point in time if it's not already addressed.
Okay.
Any other thoughts from the commission on this? Okay.
Chairman Crowe, I have a question. This is Commissioner Beasley.
Yes.
What time frame would the neighborhood and NNI have their next meeting to accommodate this development so that we could have a better time frame as to how to continue this?
As far as the neighborhood, and I'll leave it to Deb to answer regarding NNI, the next neighborhood meeting that we could we could communicate well enough to the masses is February 2nd, that evening. Because we have a neighborhood meeting tonight, but it wouldn't be enough time to really tell people about it. But we have a February 2nd meeting at 7 p.m. that we could get them in.
Yeah, I don't know. I think having, frankly, 4 weeks from today would be, somehow we'd like to have them meet with you on a special meeting or something like that. It seems like that would be, it's a month away.
We could certainly call a special meeting in the middle, maybe the week of the 8th. Well, we could do it next week so that they can get it in that 19th timeframe.
Okay.
Deb, your thoughts?
We are in the middle of moving our offices. I will work with the neighborhood, with Yvonne and Shamir the best that we can. But the developer's been working on this. It's apparent from what I'm hearing and talking to Yvonne over the weekend for a long time.
Okay. All right, thank you. So Commission, what's your suggestion? February 4th? Or sorry, February 2nd? Or the 19th of January?
I think I'm hearing February 2nd to be able to give neighbourhoods some input.
Okay. So can I get a motion from the Commission, please?
I move to continue docket item number 6 to February 2nd without fee.
Okay, I've got a motion over a second.
Second.
All right, so I've got a motion and a second. Lisa, do you mind taking a roll call for continuance of docket item number 6 to February 2nd?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like motion passes to continue this docket item to the February 2nd meeting. So Mr. Murdick, we'll see you back at that time and hope you have a chance to get through the conditions as well as talk to the public a little bit about this project.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman, and all the commissioners. And we'll be in touch with the rest of the neighborhood associations and the
Yes.
NNI.
Okay, thank you. Yep, talk to you then.
Yes.
All right. So now everybody still okay? No restroom break or anything needed at this time? You need a restroom break, Tyler, or no? Okay, let's move on. Docket item number 8, please.
Docket item 8, case number SUP 2020-00054. This is a request for a special use permit for religious assembly use known as Grace Point Community Church on 10 acres at 11801 East Bannister Road, or generally at the southeast corner of Bannister and West Ridge Road. Christopher Huey is the staff planner.
Good afternoon, everyone. Christopher Huey, staff planner. As Joe stated, this is a special use permit request for a religious assembly use for Grace Point Church. Site's located at 11801 East Bannister Road. Property is currently zoned R-80, which requires a special use permit for this type of use in this zoning district. They did perform the necessary public engagement meeting on December 16th of 2020. Here's a general location map of the area. It's kind of the southeast quadrant of the city. Here's the precise site plan. It's a existing, formerly a landscaping business with a single family home out front. They're proposing to renovate the commercial building into a new 200-seat sanctuary space with 2 children's classrooms and nursery space. We did review this against the special use permit criteria in the city's zoning and development code. The proposed use for the home will be retained as a single-family home for the congregation. There's also a third building on the property. There's no proposed use at this time for that third building. In the future, if they do decide to use put a use to that building, that may require additional entitlements, but we'll address that at a future date. So here's the proposed site plan. Then just to orient you, north is going to the right. This is the existing commercial building kind of located in the center of the site with the existing home and garage. Here kind of the northern, or excuse me, western central of the site is a third building with no intended use at this time. Since this is an existing site, there's kind of minimal landscaping elements that need to really be addressed. They're providing necessary street trees, and working with them, they've agreed to add a couple interior landscaping trees for the island that's in the site. Here are the proposed building elevations. Largely, most of the building is kind of being retained as is from an exterior standpoint. They are adding a new pergola seating area, a new primary entrance, and some architectural fenestrations. We reviewed the proposed uses along with the city's parking requirements. The home parks itself, so that's kind of self-sufficient. We also reviewed with a 200-seat sanctuary that they'd be required to install about 29 parking spaces. The site currently has 33, which will be all retained. Therefore, no additional parking is required at this time. Staff is requesting a minor amendment to the proposed landscaping for the site. Typically, the city's code requires all parking lot areas be screened from adjacent residential properties. To the east of the site is a senior living care facility, and to the west is a large acreage single-family property. Given this is an existing site, we tend to request items to make the site up to current code as much as practical. So therefore, staff's just asking for a shrubbery or screening along the east and west parking areas, not so much the entire vehicular use area, given it's existing and it's kind of more off-peak hour uses to other commercial properties. Looking at special use permit criteria analysis, we found that pending the approval of this special use permit, it is compliant with the city's zoning development code. We don't foresee any negative impacts to the surrounding properties or community with a religious assembly use. It is maintained a consistent character of the area and more of a renovation or rehabilitation of existing structures. The sanctuary likely will not generate any necessary or inadequate vehicle flow since it's kind of off-peak generation. And pedestrian safety, there is proper internal circulation. There is no sidewalk along Bannister really anywhere in the area. So connecting to a public facility is not really pertinent. Since the site's on the city's major street plan, they're only required to provide necessary right-of-way dedication, not actually the infrastructure improvements themselves. Again, we looked at this as from the plan perspective and don't really see any necessary or any improper concerns that be addressed with this proposal that raises really much of any staff concerns. So with that, staff does recommend approval of this application. We do have two minor text edits to condition number 6 and number 8. Doesn't change the criteria of those conditions. It just more articulates them better for the specific site. Number 6, removing the reference to a plat since there's not an intended plat at this time, and more of a tying it to the issuance of building permits. Same with number 8, removing the reference to being platted and more referencing to the site's actual just natural property frontage. So with that, I would conclude my presentation, turn to the applicant for theirs or stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions from the commission to city staff? Okay, well, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant.
Good morning.
Welcome. Good morning.
Hochstein with MKEC Engineering. We're located 11827 West 112th Street in Overland Park, Kansas. Chris did a great job of pretty much explaining the site. While the site does look pretty straightforward, we're trying to remodel a building, but we are changing the use, and that's why we're in front of you today. There's a lot of interesting things about this site that we've had to work through. Generally, we agreed to all the stipulations. We do have 3 that we'd like to discuss. The first one's pretty straightforward. We had just seen the shrub screening requirement stipulation 4 this morning. Spoke with the owner, they're fine with that. So we accept stipulation 4. Stipulation 12 is worded a little differently than how we would approach it. Currently, the site utilizes a septic system, and we are in the process of verifying the kind of the existing capacity and proving that it'll work as it is right now. It is not our intent to try and hook onto a public sewer main. So when you read stipulation 12, our concern, and maybe Stacy can chime in too and figure out the right language, we feel like that stipulation could end after the words building permit. So stipulation 12 to read, developer shall submit an analysis to verify adequate capacity of the existing sewer system as required by land development division prior to issuance of building permit. Meaning that we go prove that the septic system works before that. But, currently, the logistics, location, and cost involved with the sewer main extension aren't really feasible for Grace Point Community Church. And so that's those 2 stipulations. And then the final stipulation is just to clarify, as Chris had noted, stipulation 15 talks about sidewalk infrastructure. And while the owner is not particularly against any sidewalk infrastructure.
Oh, maybe I got you turned down. Okay, hold on. I must have got you turned down. Hello?
Lisa, you're on. If you don't mind muting yourself.
So, hey, Lisa, I've been there, done that. But on the sidewalk stipulation, with the CIP being in place and the long-term planning, we're looking at, the nearest sidewalk to the west is 3 miles away on Bannister, and the nearest to the east is 1.5 miles. And so we would ask that actual construction of the sidewalk infrastructure be removed. So the removal of stipulation 15, instead of us dedicating the right of way for that in the CIP. And so those are our questions, concerns about the stipulations. Otherwise, we accept the rest of the stipulations, and we're available for question and comment.
Okay. Thank you. So I guess, Stacy, if you don't mind helping us out with conditions 12 and 15.
We'll start with 12 feet first. That's the little bit simpler one to explain. Because they are renovating the building from a previous commercial structure with the landscaping business to now a church, it will qualify as a change of use under the city's building code regulations. So to use the existing septic system for the new building use, septic system will have to be reviewed and approved by the city's building plan review division. That's a different group than mine, but we work in close tandem with them. If for some reason they determine that the existing septic system cannot be used as currently installed, or they cannot improve it to work with what the requirements will be for the religious assembly use, they will have to find another way to provide sewer service to this building, which will unfortunately may mean they have to connect to the city sewer system. So because of this uncertainty at this point, I would be very comfortable leaving the condition number 12 as it's currently written. We are very hopeful that the existing septic will work for this new use, but we can't confirm it at this point. And I think it's safer to protect the city in that manner. As far as number 15, which pertains to the sidewalks, I am unaware of any CIP at this point that would have this portion of Bannister Road being considered for future development or for future improvements by the city. If the commission would like to waive the requirement for sidewalk in this area, that is up to you. But as we've kind of discussed on the previous projects that you've heard this morning already through the commission, I think it's a condition that probably needs to remain as is.
Okay, thanks. So I guess just to clarify on item 12 with the septic system, there is some flexibility there that if the system currently as constructed works, they can keep it. They don't have to connect up to the public system, correct?
That's correct. They'll have to submit documentation regarding the existing septic system with their building renovation plans. We'll review that documentation if the septic system meets the current building code requirements and will meet the requirements of Missouri DNR to operate a septic system for this building. We would not ask them to extend the sanitary to this property.
How far away is the nearest public sewer system now?
I believe it's over 200 feet, but I do not remember the exact measurement off the top of my head. Brian might be able to tell you. I'm pretty sure they've looked into it and could tell you exactly how far away it is.
Okay.
I would love 200 feet. It's 700 feet and uphill. So it's pretty much a no-go for us on that point. I guess what we would ask is, and maybe we're reading it wrong, Stacy, on just the flow of that stipulation. When we read it, it just kind of rolls from the building permit. It seemed a little confusing in the middle where it says prior to issuance of building permit, and then it just goes, it says to connect private system to public sewer main, and depending on the adequacy of the receiving system, make other improvements be required. So it was just kind of the language as written. The way you described it, I guess, is how we'd want the stipulation put on it rather than the language that is in 12. I don't know if we can reword 12 to read a little bit cleaner, to basically state exactly what we need to do if it does not meet the capacity and other stuff that we're going to provide prior to issuance of building permit.
Okay.
Chairman Crowell, this is Commissioner Beasley. Can I ask a clarifying question, please?
Yes, please.
The septic tank is only about the facility that would be used as a church. We're not including the single family home or the additional building that they haven't determined a use for yet.
It appears to me that the septic system currently serves a home, but they're wanting to use that same system to serve the all buildings, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I believe that to be the case. But because of the use of the home, I mean, essentially it's going to be the same amount. Hold on one second. They may be separate systems for each building. And then I don't believe the third building is sewered, but I believe it's just the house and the other one.
So should we also clarify then if it is just the one or if it does include both of them?
Here, let me do this. Brian Hill with our office is also following along. Joe, can you promote Brian Hill, please?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you if you wanted me to promote them.
I appreciate that. Yeah, he's done a lot more with the sewer than I.
Good morning. This is Brian Hill with MKC Engineering, 11827 West 112th Street, Overland Park, Kansas. I can address that question in regard to the septic. The house is on a separate septic system than the proposed renovated church building. So those will not be combined into a single system. Those will both operate separately from themselves.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so can I ask a question about that? Are we inspecting then the two septic systems or just the one for the church? Because in my mind, if we're redeveloping, then the septic systems have to cover both what you're redeveloping. So I'm just wondering, either Stacy or yourself, Brian, where you can answer that question.
Yeah, we could certainly provide information on both systems, both for the house and for the renovated church building with the building permit submittal.
So is there a possibility that if the septic system as it is currently built does not accommodate the capacity of the new use, that it could be modified prior to even considering a sewer connection? Because it sounds like that might be off the table.
Correct. The plan would be that if modifications would be needed, those would be addressed to the existing system, and that would be documented with the building permit and then reviewed by the building codes officials.
And is there, not to get too far into the weeds, but is there a limitation on how far out you can build the septic system before the city sort of triggers the need to switch over to sewer because they feel as if it might be a better solution?
I don't know of a specific requirement on that, Commissioner. I do know this did operate as an existing business, prior to this. And so we would anticipate that the existing system will be adequate or could be modified to be used.
And just the inspection, it's not just the capacity. I would hope that we're looking at the integrity of the system as well, on the condition and so forth, so it's not actually leaking into the ground. There's a number of cities I know that have got real problems with integrity of septic sewers. So can someone clarify whether that's an integrity inspection as well?
Commissioner Allender, because the septic system would be considered a private system that the city does not have any direct authority to operate or maintain or do any work on, we would likely not do any inspection work on it unless it required modification in order to meet the city's current building codes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so it seems like we've addressed item number 12. How about number 15, Commission? With respect to the sidewalk.
And is the sidewalk just the frontage of Bannister, or are we also talking about getting a connection to the primary entrance from Bannister? Because that's a lot more sidewalk.
It's as written, stipulation 15 reads to construct sidewalks along platted frontage and construct associated ADA ramps. Those entrance drives is necessary for the type of drive approach. So clarify, we read that as only along Bannister.
I mean, I think I'm okay with continuing. Consistency is sort of the theme today. So I feel like keeping the sidewalks along Bannister as a requirement makes sense to me.
I found the other situation to be far more useful in terms of employees wanting to go for a walk while at work. And in this instance, because it's such a short amount of frontage, I'm completely fine removing the requirement of it.
This is also not a situation where you have a sidewalk that's near that you can potentially connect to. I mean, there's no sidewalks within miles of this.
Yeah, that's my, as much as I want to keep with the consistency, I look at just even looking at the map, it's way out there. And so I'd be more open to omitting 15, but I'm also always in favor of more sidewalks as well. So
when you start to get the site relative to their neighbors, this is still fairly agricultural, large properties. A lot of it's in trusts, land ownerships. We did have two people who own single families during the process for the public meetings who reached out to us separately, but their concerns only had to do with what the religious assembly was, who they were. They were more concerned. They just didn't want an organization in there that didn't fit with their, maybe not their views, but they had concerns about what the religious organization was. And then just some general questions about when cars would be coming and when their services were. So that's all we heard from the public. So.
Okay, anybody else? So at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony.
Mr. Chairman, I don't see anyone raising, oh, wait, hold on, someone just raised their hand.
Okay,
Oh, I think it's actually one of the applicants, Fel Bagunu. I don't know if you wanted to speak. You should be able to speak if you'd like. They were already promoted to a panelist, so they should be able to speak.
okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just wanted to say, introduce myself. My name is Dr. Fel Bagunu. I am the lead pastor at Grace Point Community Church. We presently meet, I planted the church 10 years ago in Lee Summit, Missouri. We presently meet at the Stanley at 3rd and Douglas in Lee Summit. And this past year was able to purchase this property on 11801 East Bannister Road. And I wanted to say, first of all, to the City Planning Commission, thank you for hearing our application to allow our church a special use permit on this property. And we are grateful for the opportunity to be before you and to present our case. And hopefully you understand that ultimately we as a church want to benefit not only our community, our church family, but also a way to benefit our city, both Kansas City and Lee Summit, Missouri. So I just wanted to come introduce myself and to say thank you so much for allowing us to come before you. And as some of you have already stated, this area is pretty much agricultural and the east case of Bannister Road. And we would hope that you're able to give us concessions and to eliminate that stipulation number 15. We would like to move forward with this project. And once again, I just want to say thanks for hearing us out.
Thank you. So going back, Joe, is there anybody who raised their hand for public testimony?
Mr. Chairman, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony at this time. So it seems like we've kind of talked through all the conditions at this point. Is there anything else, applicant, you would like to discuss?
I don't think so. I think just before you voted, just some clarification on the language. If you've read 12 on the sewer, it just how it reads, just to make sure it's ultra clear on what the requirement is on Grace Point Community Church. So.
I understand. Okay.
I had a question, Brian, and I'm not sure if you can answer this. The facade has the green wall concept on the north side. And I think there was a mention of it being sort of a metal panel or something like that. But my concern is that green walls can be very fickle unless you're using a material that actually enables that growth. It doesn't just happen. A lot of people think you can just put up a metal wall or fencing and it's going to work. So I just want to clarify if you know anything about that material, because if it doesn't grow, then, you know, we're kind of assuming that it's just a metal facade, and also in certain times of the year it may not grow. So
that's a good question. And so right away I would say I would take that as the metal panel. Look past the plant material. I did the landscape architecture work on the and you know, I don't have any plants over there. So I think an idea and a concept really is where they're at. But more importantly, it's to try and reframe the structure of that building, what the new primary entrance is, so it's clear to the users as they come to the site potentially for the first time. So I would look past the landscaping part of it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any other comments?
Mr. Chair, are we going to clarify the language on 12? Can we get some feedback from staff on that?
Sure. I think the intent is there that we're just going to confirm that the septic system is adequate to serve the house as well as the church. And if it's not, then what's next? Can they improve the septic system a little bit, or they have to connect in the public system? So it seems like we just want to clarify that language.
I'm trying to think of a way to clarify that language, and let me see.
Stacy, could we say if the developer must connect to sewer, they shall, and then it would start with submit an analysis?
No, because we still have to verify the adequacy of the septic system. That's not, that can't be removed in any way. So there has to be the verification of the septic system per the current building codes as part of the building renovation plan review. And if the septic system either does not, an existing condition, meet the requirements of the building code, or cannot be improved to meet the requirements of the building code, then an extension to the sanitary sewer would be required.
Sounds like good language to me.
Yeah.
So let's use that. Did you get all that, Christopher?
Can you remember what you just said, Stacy?
Right.
Don't start it with no. Just start it with the next word after no.
I'm
It's
just thinking
recorded.
it's recorded, so I
It's
can
recorded.
dictate it after the meeting, I think.
Perfect. Okay. All right. So sounds like we got them all. I'm ready for a motion on this particular case, please.
I guess I can go. I move to approve case 8 with conditions, with condition 6 and 8 as noted in the presentation by Christopher, and condition 12 as noted by Stacy in the video recording, and the removal of condition 15.
Okay, so I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call, please, on this motion?
Yes, Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Prow,
Aye.
Hinders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion has been approved to move forward with the case with noted changes to the conditions. Appreciate you coming in, and good luck with your project.
Your time. We appreciate your service as always.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a comment from me, just so we understand, I do like the consistency. I want to make sure that we maintain that, but we still have to look at each case that needs to be looked at individually, because there's different requirements and things that happen for each case too. So just kind of keep that in mind as we move forward, if that makes sense. Okay, looks like we're on to docket item number 9, Joe.
All right, docket 9 is case number SUP 2020-00050. This is a request to approve a special use permit on about 2/10 of an acre at 1320 West 39th Street to allow for artisanal food and beverage manufacturing for a business known as Brewery at 39th. Zach Nelson is the staff planner.
Good morning, Zach Nelson, city planning staff.
Good morning.
Good morning. So this next case is, as Joe mentioned, a request for a special use permit. The applicant is intending to kind of renovate an existing building into a tap room. And the code classifies this type of use as artisanal food and beverage manufacturing, which requires a special use permit in the B3-2 zoning district. So that's why this is before you today. So this is located along 39th Street in South KC. Here's kind of a 10,000 foot view Just give you a little more perspective, it's on the north side of 39th Street. So State Line Road is about 5 blocks to the west, and Southwest Trafficway is about 5 or 6 blocks to the east. A little more specifically, as I mentioned, this is an existing building on the corner of West 39th Street and Terrace Street. And most of the uses along West 39th Street here are either commercial in nature or high multifamily residential for the most part. In terms of some of the surrounding immediate land uses, I believe there is either a single family or a multi-family home immediately to the east here. And then there's a commercial building to the west. And then there's commercial uses to the south, and then kind of a bar district area, to, Kitty Corner, Mo Brew and High Dive and bars like that. And then to the immediate north is a residential neighborhood. So this is the existing building looking generally northeast. It was most recently, to the best of my knowledge, a clothing store. So it's built right up to the property line here, and there are sidewalks on both sides of the property with street trees out front. And then this is looking at the rear of the building. There's a small parking lot that has, I believe, 6 parking spaces. Just a little more perspective. And then this is looking back at the back of the building. So there's kind of an employee entrance here, and then a small loading dock as well. And so the applicant has provided kind of a conceptual floor plan at this time, showing this would be 39th Street at the top of the floor plan here. So there would be tanks, kind of the production area, what would be the right side when you walk in, and then kind of the tap room on what would be the left side. So this is an interior photo that the applicant has provided as well. So kind of a little more perspective and context. To the best of my knowledge, the production area would be on the right side here, with the tap room kind of on the larger portion here, kind of separated by the beams. So in terms of operating characteristics, the building is about 3,200 square feet. And the applicant has stated that he intends to operate from 4 o'clock p.m. to midnight, Wednesday through Saturday, and potentially on Sunday. And all these times and dates are tentative at this point. In terms of production, 90% of the sales would be on site, and then 10% roughly would be retail packaged sales. And then all the production equipment and all the products would be located within this building itself. So in terms of the specific use, the artisanal food and beverage manufacturing, staff finds that they all, this type of use at this location complies with the food and beverage manufacturing criteria. The first criteria, I'll be very brief, is that the retail sales be produced on site and that they are allowed. Staff finds that this is in conformance. The total floor area is under 5,000 square feet. C, no more than 50% of the product may be produced for sale to a wholesaler. I mentioned that 90% will be primarily kind of the taproom sales. All the equipment will be located within the principal building, and the applicant has stated that he doesn't anticipate any odors or dust or vibration or noise will be generated basically to surrounding properties. And then I also have received quite a bit of public engagement, and both in support and opposition to this request. I'll begin with some concerns. Really, the primary concern that I've received is traffic and parking. A lot of the neighbors have concerns about new traffic and people visiting the site and where they will park, since there is a small parking lot. Some other concerns I received are visual screening from the neighborhood, specifically along that north property line to kind of separate the two uses from the neighborhood from this use. And then also light shining onto adjacent properties and noise created from glass and other types of uses. And then I also have received some support. Several of the residents have stated that they're excited for a new business, a new brewery in KC, and also just supporting small local businesses, especially during kind of these trying times during COVID. And then I'll very, very briefly go over the special use permit criteria as well. I know this is a lot of text on this slide. I believe that staff has found that it complies with all the zoning, all the standards of the zoning and development code. B, staff believes that it is in the interest of the public convenience, will not have an adverse impact. As I mentioned, this use, this property is already zoned B3-2, which allows for this use with a special use permit. And staff has made several recommendations to increase the convenience and the exposure to the neighborhood. Staff has recommended that the applicant construct a fence along the north property line to help create some sort of a visual buffer to the neighbors to the north. Staff believes that this is compatible with the character of the surrounding area. As I mentioned, the building is currently existing, and then all of the production will be within the building itself. Staff believes that the operating characteristics are compatible with the character of the area. The business hours, to the best of my knowledge, they tend to closely match some of the surrounding bar type of uses. And then staff does not believe that this will have a significant adverse impact on pedestrian safety or comfort. Staff has recommended several conditions to increase safety and comfort, including alternative landscaping such as hanging baskets, benches, the fence that I mentioned, things like that, and then just like screening the trash enclosure as well, things like that. So with that, staff is supportive of this special use permit, subject to conditions in the staff report. And with that, I can answer any questions that you might have.
Does any commissioners have any questions for staff?
I have a question about parking, Zach, about how you calculate the parking, because the manufacturing parking, I would think, is different than the tap room, which would be more like a bar use, heavy traffic. Can you clarify that?
Yeah, so in terms of the parking, it's considered, I believe, limited manufacturing, and it requires one space per 4 employees. And the applicant hasn't stated the total number of employees that will be employed here, but that would mean that, the current parking of, I believe there are 6 spaces that would be sufficient for 24 employees. So staff believes that there is sufficient off-street parking currently.
So they don't need to account for the parking for the tap room use, because those customers could be coming by vehicle and needing a parking spot.
Commissioner Sadowski, the code puts us in a position of picking one principal use, and then the parking requirement for that principal use is what applies. So Zach is correct that by the code, we have to consider this an industrial use. When we amended the code probably 5 years ago to add in the artisanal food and beverage manufacturing, they didn't, for whatever reason, I don't know why, we did not amend the parking standards to accommodate that new use. So we have to lump it in with the other industrial uses, which understandably are based upon the number of employees. If it were just a tap room and they weren't distributing anything, then you wouldn't even see this case. It wouldn't be a special use permit at all. It'd just be an allowed use. And they would be subject to the parking requirement for a tavern, which is considerably higher than the parking requirement for the industrial use. So there's kind of a technicality there. I think we're following the code and doing the right thing, but I do think the code has a little bit of a gap that wasn't captured when this use was created several years ago.
Okay.
So Joseph, this is Forsting. Then I have a follow-up question for you. I'm kind of wondering process. So when it comes to regulated industries and the type of business that's trying to take place here, how does that work into what we're doing with the special use? Have they already talked with regulated industries, or how does that go?
You'd have to ask the applicant whether they've talked to them. We don't require them to do that, but we encourage them to do that because there are obviously rules they have to meet. And if they can't meet regulated industries rules, there's no point in going through the special use permit process. But they do, I know regulated industries requires a zoning determination before they issue any licenses. And in the course of issuing that determination, it's not my group that does it, it's a different group within our department. But in the course of doing that, they would determine that whether a special use permit was approved or not. So in other words, regulated industries will not issue licenses until the zoning determination that gives them the green light to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that the applicant is online, so that might be a good question for him to see kind of the status of that as well.
That'd be good. Let's go ahead and introduce the applicant.
Hi, my name's Jarrett Dunn. The address is 1320 West 39th Street, Kansas City, Missouri 64111. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Welcome. So maybe you can help answer a question that Commissioner Beasley had, and that's about the regulated industries, if you met with them or not.
I haven't yet, but Joe's right. I mean, the process starts with obviously the special use permit. I've got into the details of what it would need. I don't anticipate any challenges there, as long as we're granted the special use permit by you guys.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to present about your project and tell us a little bit about it, maybe?
I'll tell you anything you want to know. Sorry, but I do have one point I'd like to, looking through the presentation, that I'd like to ask respectfully. The fence that, I don't know if Zach can pull up the slide number 7, but the fence that you guys would like to have in the back of the property. If I put that fence up, I have one section of long fence, I don't know, 20, 30 feet. The end of that property sits where those cars are, sits on that little concrete retaining wall. So I could put that fence up there, but if I don't put any side panels of the fence and fence it off, I have a fence that's not structurally sound, wherein that if it's wind, whatever might make it fall over. Property existed as retail, it had night hours. I wonder if we all hang blinds up in our houses to prevent the sunlight. I wonder if this is just, or looking at this backwards, or the opposite. I hate to fence it in, because if I do, my neighbor to the east has a driveway in that really small area, if you can see in there, for him to turn around. If I fence that, it's going to create a big challenge for him. So respectfully, I would like to remove that if possible.
Yeah, I think we understand that they just like the fence along the north side of the parking lot there, just like you said.
Right.
And you might have to pull a piece, south just to give us some stability there, but probably not go all the way from the north to the building there on your east property. Okay. Any other comments?
For me?
Mr. Dunn? Yes, Mr. Dunn?
No.
Okay.
Just that one request.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. So Joe, if there's anybody out there that's raised their hand to speak about this case.
Yeah, we have 3 people so far: Patrick Saylor, William Colt, and James Ratcliffe. I'll promote all 3 of them, starting with Patrick.
Okay.
Hi, this is Patrick Saylor.
Yeah.
I noticed we were told that this would close at 12 and at 10, now it's been increased to 12. I think the neighborhood would be open earlier, but not later, because you do have a residential house immediately to the east. It's a single family home. And I just wondered, the public discussion, his letters all said 10 o'clock was closing. And then the next question is how many seats is it going to be for the craft brewery? You know, I see a huge area. So from what I'm hearing is that it's a technicality to open to open the brewery, and for 6 parking spaces, it'd be interesting to know how many seats would be in there. And, you know, of the outside areas, I don't think the neighborhood would want a bench on the outside of that. We have trouble with benches as it is. I think that's the main thing. And is he only serving his craft brewery, or is he serving liquor and other things? Can the conditional permit limit him to serve his own product or not? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Probably what I'm gonna do is write down all the questions here and try to get them in case other people have the same question. And we'll get them all answered by the applicant after we close public testimony.
Mr. Chair, the next person I believe is James Ratcliffe.
Okay.
Hi, my name is James Ratcliffe. My address is 3810 Terrace Street. I live on the block of where this would be, and within 300 feet of it. And I'm just raising concerns. I live here with my family. This is an area that 39th Street has had restaurants that serve liquor, and then some bars and taverns have moved in the last few years. We've had a big problem with, I live on a narrow street, Terrace Street. It's a one-way, and we have a lot of accidents, mirrors getting broken off of cars, and a rowdy behavior. I won't get into the details, but I'm concerned about bringing more alcohol onto our residential street as a father of 2 children. I don't really have a question. I'm just raising my concern.
Okay, thank you.
Next person is William Colt.
Hi, William, you have been promoted. As you take yourself off mute, if you don't mind saying your name and address for the record, we'd sure appreciate that.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Colt. My wife and I own the property directly to the north of the subject property, the multifamily residential unit. I think some of these issues have been discussed. Zach did a great job of distilling the comments that were made at the public meeting. We think a screening is important on the north side of the property. The uses have changed through the years. And while I appreciate Mr. Rexwinkle's interpretation of the code, and I think that's accurate, with the tap room, we see more of a use. The parking as identified in the code as 1 required parking space for employees. We'll probably underestimate parking needs for the new establishment, and that will put a further strain on the neighborhood and the street, as you've previously heard. So screening, I think, will be important due to that substantially increased use over past uses of the subject property of a automotive store, and then also a nonprofit, the Do Good store that you see in the pictures. I think it was previously mentioned about glass recycling. That would certainly be not something that the neighborhood would be receptive to. And I would take that one step further of any kind of trash receptacle or recycling containers be at least a minimum of 20 feet from the subject property line. And I think it was already discussed by Zach of those possible recycling or trash containers being properly screened. We understand from the public meeting that no portion of the parking lot will be used as a patio seating area. And I had to step away briefly during the previous resident, but it was my understanding, he may have said this, but it was also my understanding that the use would be limited to 10 p.m. during the public meeting. I may have had that information incorrect, but we understood that the evening hours were going to be ending at 10 p.m. And I'm sorry if I did get that information incorrect. Parking, lighting is another concern we asked. We understand that there will be no additions, either direct or indirect lighting. If there are, we ask that we be consulted and given the opportunity to approve any kind of lighting arrangement that may negatively affect the property directly to the north. And then parking, past owners have, because parking, as you've heard on Terrace Street, is at such a high use, parallel parking on both sides of a one-way street, depending on how close people park to the curb, leaves a lot of possibilities for incidents, for accidents on that street to parked vehicles. Many rear view mirrors have been taken off. And so previous owners of the subject property have allowed tenants of 3827 Terrace, the multi-family building directly to the north, to utilize the parking of the subject property during off hours. It may not be entirely a note for this commission, but perhaps a discussion offline or some sort of arrangement, if that's a possibility with a new owner, some sort of arrangement for tenants of the multifamily building to use the parking during off hours and days they are not open for business. And I think that's everything.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, Joe?
Yes, Susan Kaisela, Kite Singleton, and Stacy Kenyon. And we'll start with Susan. I'm promoting her now.
Okay. Hi, Susan. As you take yourself off of mute, if you don't mind stating your name and address for the record, we would appreciate it.
Hi, I'm Susan Casella. I live at 3809 Terrace Street. So I am in the block that this is located at the top of. And I had a couple of items. One is that we already have a parking issue on this block. It is a very narrow street. So, obviously, a tap room will require more parking than just the manufacturer. So that is one issue. I would also want to clarify or just add my observation on the neighborhood meeting that Mr. Dunn held. He told us that the hours would be 4 to 10 p.m. So the 12 p.m. is a change that we were not told about. And we were, I was thinking, okay, 10 p.m., a tap room. He told us it would only be serving beer and that no pool tables. And so this sounded like this is maybe a good business for that location. However, with a 12 p.m. closing, this becomes more like another bar, and we already have 3 right there, catty corner to it. So it's a lot of bars adjacent to a residential block, and there is at least one other family with school-age children on this block. So so those are definitely serious concerns that we have. Basically, tap room sounds fine. Another bar or bar-like establishment is not welcome. This block, we're one way exiting 39th Street, so all the traffic comes down our street. The traffic, the noise, and rowdy behavior. So, and litter. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kite Singleton is next.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, Kite. As you take yourself off mute, if you state your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, Kite Singleton. I live at 3603 West Roanoke Drive. Former chair of the City Planning Commission 1973 to 1978, so I'm well aware of changing districts, changing for special use permits for a long time. I'm concerned about this particular request in not understanding how a brewery fits into our neighborhood. And I think a special use permit for that purpose is wrong. I'm particularly concerned about the kinds of deliveries that need to be made to such an operation. And in the narrow street of 39th Street, we have too many problems with large vehicles, and I think it's a mistake on that basis as well. I frequent 39th Street venues, and I'm happy with the kinds of uses that we have there. And adding this brewery and tap room seems to be a wrong move for the city of Kansas City to make in this very important and active commercial area.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thanks, it was a pleasure.
Next person is Stacy Kenyon.
Good afternoon, Stacy. As you take yourself off mute, please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Stacy Kenyon. I live at 3420 West Coleman Road. I am not a Volker resident, but I am Volker proximate, I guess you would say. I use 39th Street a lot, and I love the village that we have going on there. I wasn't able to attend the meeting, so this is the first time I'm able to give feedback, but my concerns on this are three different things. Of course, parking, you've already heard that, but more specifically on Terrace, the east side of the street is no parking right there in front of the building. And so this to me brings concerns about deliveries to the building. Anybody who's been around a restaurant or tap room, bar, whatever you want to call it, knows that there are large vehicles that make deliveries. So are they going to park in a no parking zone? I see the dock is on the back side of the building there, on the north side, but the west, I said east before, I apologize, I meant west. East side of the street, west side of the building. So it does seem logical that the deliveries would be made on Terrace, which means that you potentially have delivery truck traffic forced into a residential neighborhood. I'm concerned for the people of Terrace Street and also for the people of Valentine right there. It's just a challenging spot. Also, with West 39th Street having a real village feel to it, people, establishment hop, we'll call it. And I believe right there at Terrace Street that there's not a marked crosswalk. And it's just something to bring to mind. It doesn't necessarily play into this project, but it's something to be mindful of, because if people are going to be at the tap room and walking across the street, whether they park on the other side of the street, whether they establishment hop or whatever, it's something to be mindful of. And then let me see. I was kind of curious. Oh yeah, the parking on the front is no parking 4 to 6 p.m. currently. And if they're going to open at 4 o'clock, even if the signs are there, they're not in charge of enforcing that parking situation right there. But I would predict that they're going to have customers not knowing and parking there. So that's another concern. And also, I was a little curious. I looked through the documents of this application. I know that they're doing artisanal food, and the floor plan shows where the brewery equipment would be, but I didn't quite understand where the kitchen would be. I was just kind of curious about that. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else, Joe?
Bill Cult, who previously spoke, has raised his hand again. Would you like me to promote him back over, or do you want to? That's the only other hand raised.
Yeah, sure, since we're still in public testimony.
Okay.
Mr. Call, if you.
Yes, sorry, I just lost connection. I'll make this very brief. Sorry, and thank you for taking my additional comment. I forgot initially the retaining wall was brought up earlier. It looks like there may have been a survey performed. I see what appear to be survey pins on the property line on the north side. And so further concern is just delivery vehicles, their impact on the retaining wall. The retaining wall is already starting to fail. And so the retaining wall, most likely soon, if not immediate, will need some structural enhancements. It's leaning. There's a certain drainage problem that's further degrading the integrity of the retaining wall. And so I just want to make that public as well. Retaining wall issues on the very northern side of the property. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Joe, anyone else?
Susan Kaisela has raised her hand again.
Okay.
Yes, I just wanted to say that regarding food, that Mr. Dunn told us in the neighborhood meeting that he was not planning to serve food. So that might explain no kitchen. I would also just want to add that in his summary of the neighborhood meeting, he downplayed the concerns of a number of residents and focused almost exclusively on parking. So other impacts from alcohol-related businesses were definitely mentioned. And he stated that the president and area rep for Volker, that he received support from them. And I was interested in that comment because our president had told me that they were not taking a position. And he told me, and I'm quoting from a text he sent me, that he had heard from many neighbors concerned about noise, parking hours, litter, drunkenness, etc. But he also heard from many who supported the idea. And he said on a personal level that he liked the idea of a microbrewery as long as it is run in a respectful way. And we would also prefer a liquor license be non-transferable and limited to the hours he originally communicated, i.e. closing at 10 p.m. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. All right, anybody else, Joe?
No one else.
Okay, so this time we're going to close public testimony. Mr. Dunn, it sounds like there's been several issues that have come up. I kind of have a list of them, but I'm hoping that you took notes as well.
Yep.
And can address everything that was brought up.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where do you want to start? What questions do you have, Chair?
I had a list. I was hoping you were taking notes and I was going to cross mine off as we go.
I'm sorry, Chair.
But if not.
So the original time was 4 to 10. I believe that's what I gave to Zach. I maybe messed it up. If so, I apologize. That was the original goal, was to be 4 to 10. That's what I announced at the meeting. If it's a miscommunication between Zach and I agree. They're tentative timelines. So I would assume, if I wanted to stay open a little bit later, I would. I don't know how that would work. I don't know if you guys regulate the amount of time that I can have a business operationable in this environment. There is no kitchen. I didn't talk about making food. I just talked about making craft beer, only selling our craft beer. Will I put a kitchen in at some point and serve chicken wings? If we do, it'll be something like, bar food for some people to snack on. There's no plans for that yet. only my craft beer. I'm not selling bottles. There's no glass recycling going to be on site. 90% of this stuff, as Zach mentioned, is going to be sold right out of the tanks. So you're going to brew the beer. It goes to the fermentation tanks. From there, it's going to go to the bar, and it's all going to be tap served. So there'll be no liquor there's going to be no liquor. It's just going to be craft beer. And that was one of the things that Susan brought up that she was wrong on, or misheard the information wrong. Trying to think of what else. That's all I put on my notes, Chair. I'm sorry if I've left a lot off.
Can you talk about deliveries? You know, what would be required and how you might get those trucks to get around that narrow?
So it's important to keep in mind, this is a one-man brew shop. It's not like a Boulevard or one of the big breweries in Kansas City. One guy can make all this beer. There's 10 tanks. So the way I have the business plan set up is we'll be brewing 3 days throughout the whole month. We'll brew 3 days. In those 3 days, each brew tank's going to take 250 pounds of grains. That's 5 bags. So I have 15 bags of grains that I'll use in the course of 1 month. So the deliveries aren't going to be like you're going into Boulevard and you're dropping, truckloads of grain and hops and all this stuff. You're going to have smaller deliveries because it's a craft brew operation. To be candid with you, I assume they're going to turn down a terrace and drop their stuff at the back dock.
Do you know what, I guess my concern is that street is very narrow. So do you know what size trucks they're using and to what level that might be? That's quite a acute turn there. I don't know if that's something you've studied yet in terms of getting those trucks in and out.
I haven't done that. Sorry.
Okay. I had another question while I'm at it. Have you talked to the salon on the west side about possibly using that parking? I just know, I actually used to live on that block and that parking was always empty. So I just always thought it would be better utilized.
A couple things, real quick. I've lived in that neighborhood for 20 years. I mean, I'm intimately involved with 39th Street and how it's been over the years. So I haven't talked to that place about using their parking lot. It's a great idea. One thing I wanted to mention too, Susan brought up in her comments, I did get positive feedback off the record from the president of the Volker Association and from he's called the liquor czar of that little region. They both said off the record, it's a great idea. We hope you get it. We'd love to see a wine bar. So there's a lot of support, but I think people are afraid of the backlash, so I just want to make sure I didn't forget to answer that as a statement that Susan put in the record.
Okay. So sorry, I was on mute there. So you are going to close at 10, not 12, correct?
That's the plan, Chair. That's the goal. It's a craft brewery. It's not going to be a bar where it stay open at 3 o'clock.
Okay.
We're wanting to sell high quality craft beer, which they don't have in that region. They have it in Brookside. They have them in, in the Crossroads and where have you. I also wouldn't like to be limited if I potentially wanted to stay open to 12. I mean, that would impact the actual sales, the business, the new jobs you'll be creating in that area too. I don't want to be stipulated. I can only be 4 to 10, if that's what you're saying, Chair.
Yeah, that's how your special use permit would be stated, is you would be open till 10. And that's how your permit would be written. If you're looking at 12, you'd have to want to do that now and then talk to the BCA for that approval.
Okay.
How many seats do you plan on having? Is it people go in and sit down or not?
Yeah, people will be able to go in and sit down. And, we don't plan on opening this thing. Well, if we get the permit, probably not going to be open till late summer, October-ish, with getting all the equipment. The seats, I'm meeting with a architect on Friday. The way I have it laid out, you saw a really rough draft. That's about 600 square feet where the tanks are. And those 2 metal poles will be like an oval shaped bar. And then a whole other side of that building will be available for seats, especially in the COVID climate. So in those metal bars right there, I'll put an oval shape bar like a football. And then you got all the way to the left of that, which is, I don't know, 52 feet long, and I think it's 25 or 26 feet to that pole. So you have quite a big space right there. Behind those barn doors is a storage space. It's about, I don't know, 15 feet till you hit to that dock door.
So you're talking, you could probably have 50 people in there, you know, pre-post COVID.
You probably could, yeah. You could probably have quite a few tables in there, but you're not going to be able to do that, you know, right now with COVID, obviously.
Right. Okay. Next item I had was the wall condition and screening on the north side. Seems like the wall might need some attention off the parking lot. If you put the screening up along there, also we'll take a look at the wall itself too.
Yeah, I mean, I had a structural engineer go through the whole property, and that wasn't a concern that they had. So if it's on my property and it needs work, obviously I'll fix it.
Okay.
Lighting, I'm not, you know, the screening's the challenge for me, because if you see I screen it, I'm just going to fence in the parking lot, and that's going to create a lot of issues for a lot of other people.
Okay. Yeah, it still seems like something ought to be there. And that's something you can work with staff on, what that screening looks like.
Thank you, Chair.
Lighting, do you anticipate any lighting within your parking lot?
No, like extra lights shining out. No, there'll be there's security lights on the place right now if you look close to that dock door. So there'll be security, and I'll have an alarm system and all that. So you'll have spotlights, you know, the motion detector stuff.
So it's basically no change to what you already have.
No, sir.
Trash dumpsters, glass recycling, are you having dumpsters or anything like that?
I'll have a dumpster, and I'll build a little area like Zach had in the format of to hide it. I won't have any, there's no glass. I'm not going to have any glass recycling.
Okay. Okay. Next item I had was parking. It seems to be an issue.
Right.
It seems to be an issue for that whole neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. It's been that way forever. Like I said, I lived in that neighborhood for 20 years. We would just walk to 39th Street, or, you know, if you found a spot, great, but it's been that way forever. So I don't know what I can do about parking to help.
I think perhaps a shared parking agreement is one solution that staff can offer. I think it seems like, I'm guessing the salon might be able to offer some additional off-street parking, and they might not have particularly the same operating hours as the tap room. So that might be a good option to pursue.
Yeah, I was going to add, I think there's some information that we could offer right now that might help. First of all, as it relates to the parking requirement, if this were considered a tavern, it sounds like that even if Mr. Dunn were to sell food, it would be less, that would total less than 50% of all his receipts. So in that case, it would not be a restaurant under the code, it would be a tavern. And the parking requirement for a tavern is 20 spaces per 1,000 square feet. I did a rough calculation that comes out to about 65 spaces. So again, if it were considered that use, it would be 65 spaces that would be required. I think that's relevant for the commission to understand. However, as is the case with a lot of these properties that are small, that have the pre-World War II development on them, most of the time, if you're a restaurant or a bar, because the parking requirement's the same, you're not able to provide that parking on site. We have several options in the code that are available, whether or not this gets approved or whether or not it's a restaurant or a bar, because they're already in the code. One of those includes the parking credit, which would apply if this building were built prior to 1951. I don't know if that's the case, but if it were, they would be eligible for a parking credit that we would subtract from those 4 spaces or 65, whatever the requirement ends up being. And then of course the shared parking that Zach alluded to. There's also several other types of reductions available in the code. And if we didn't have those, I would say that a lot of these businesses that exist on these corridors like this would not be able to operate. Those are already in place in the code. So if the commission wants to require more parking, I think you have discretion to try to do that. And I think that there are options available to the applicant to seek alternatives such as offsite parking and the parking credit.
Okay.
And also, sorry, Mr. Chairman, the on-street parking thing, that is something that we see. There is a Public Works Committee that entertains requests to change the on-street parking in terms of the hours it's allowed versus whether it's prohibited altogether. And we have a number of projects that come through CPC that end up having to go to that committee because they want some on-street parking or they want the times changed. So there's an option there that is available. We just, obviously the applicant has not gone through that process yet to determine whether it would be granted.
Okay. I think that hit all of the items I had on my list.
I had a couple questions for staff, which is if they do decide to serve food, is that something that would go into another type of review? I'm thinking particularly related to the exhaust out the back, because that can be a nuisance at times, either with noise or smell. And I think we covered the lighting. If we're not changing the lighting, then I think we're fine, but those are my two concerns.
Yeah, if they have to do like add exhaust, it would require a building permit of some type, but that's not a public hearing process. So
okay.
There's not a public hearing process that would be required. A restaurant could open up there as of right with only a building permit or change of occupancy.
But I assume the building permit covers MEP requirements around noise and all that. Okay.
Yep.
Joe, I've just got a question with regards to shared parking. There's a number of businesses on 39th that have shared parking arrangements from what I can see. Is that a requirement for the special use permit, or is that something that is worked out as it goes through the process?
Well, I think we heard Mr. Dunn say that this is a one-man operation. So if we take that literally and we think that there's just one employee for this use, then their parking requirement is, Zach, I'm gonna have to ask you what it is, but it's very low. It's either 1 space or 4 spaces, which they appear to have on site. Zach, if you could look that up and confirm for us, that'd be helpful. If the commission wants to ask for more parking than that, then they would need to look offsite because they don't appear to have space for more than 4 or 5 spaces total on their parking lot. And there are options available in the code. I don't think the commission needs to stipulate what option they choose or anything like that because there's a number of options. The most common one is offsite parking or shared parking that's offsite.
Well, my only question is, yes, there's only maybe one person who's brewing the beer, but we've got a tap room here that we've got people coming into. I assume Mr. Dunn wants to make some sort of profit. So, I'm just looking at, there's just shared parking down that street on other businesses. That's all. So I just think we've got to be realistic about the parking here. As a commission, it's just not going to be 1 or 2 people working in and brewing. 90% of Mr. Dunn's product's going to be sold in the tap room. So I just want to make sure we're covering that as a commission as we go forward.
Yeah, I think that's why we're trying to be really upfront about the fact that if it weren't for the 10% wholesale that they plan to do, this would by code just be a bar, which would require 65 parking spaces. So I think it's totally within your discretion as a commission to require more if that's what you wanted to do. I just wanted to let this commission and the applicant and the public online know that there's options available for the applicant to find at least some of those spaces. Because you're right, most of these businesses, especially the restaurants and bars, not only on 39th, but anywhere in their urban core, have some sort of parking agreement in order to meet the code.
I'm supportive of the project and don't want to push extra requirements for parking. I think that the neighborhood is vibrant and attracts people because of the way that it's built. And I think that part of that unfortunately results in a more frustrating parking experience for both the residents and then also the people coming to enjoy the space. But I think that everyone who's chosen to live there understands that, and that's a part of the neighborhood. Having personally dealt with these issues many times, both in the Crossroads and then in my personal life, I think that multiple of the bars in that area, either because they went into existing businesses that had the same zoning, do not have to deal with those types of requirements. I think that if we look at the neighborhood as a whole, this is a really nice addition. It's my personal belief, and I have no idea if this is the case, but that Do Good moved to the Crossroads because they found that that wasn't a great spot for retail for them. I think that a craft brewery is a great addition in that respect, knowing that it didn't work out as a retail destination. And I don't think that there's going to be an undue burden to the neighborhood in terms of parking for this establishment any more than what the other restaurants might do on any other day. If the timing was right and this establishment went into a pre-existing place that had some of those parking requirements already taken care of, we wouldn't be seeing this necessarily, or at least that's my understanding. So I'm very supportive of it as is and do not want to add any extra requirements to the business owner.
Okay.
This is Forresting Chairman Kroll, and I'd
Yeah.
like to go back to Joseph, because when we started, we said we were looking at this case as a manufacturer. Am I remembering that correctly? So therefore, the parking requirements are different than if we were looking at it directly as a tap room?
Yeah, the code considers this or classifies this, sorry, Joe, as a artisanal food and beverage manufacturing, which that has a different parking requirement than like a tavern.
And that's what Joseph had asked you to come back and confirm the number that we're looking at for that type of classification. Was it 6?
Yes, it's 6. Well, it's 1 space per 4 employees. And so the applicant hasn't stated specifically how many employees will work at the site, but there's currently 6 existing spaces on the site.
So if I'm understanding, with the issuance of this special use permit, we as a commission have items that we can list on that as conditions? Did I hear that being stated as well?
Yes, yeah, you have, I mean, in particular as it relates to the operational aspects of a special use permit, that's why special use permits exist, because the use is considered a unique type of use, especially depending on where it's located. So whenever we require an SUP, when it comes to operational aspects, it's reasonable for the commission to impose conditions related to the operation of that use.
So I'm leaning toward us requiring more than just the guidelines, because we don't have any definite information from the operator as to how many staff he is going to have. Just telling us one operator is not going to help us determine what he really requires. And then any overage of what we're requiring can be a little help in the parking needed for his establishment. So I would like for us to put some type of additional parking guidelines on this use permit, as well as I believe Chairman Crow had stated, we need to confirm with him the hours, because that's part of the permit as well.
Mhm. Okay.
I'm overall supportive of the project, and I agree with Commissioner Anders on a lot of his points. I do think I do think it would be important, not only for his site, but just in general, that we do look at potentially shared parking options. I don't know. I don't want to make it, I don't want to like require a certain number of spots, but I want to at least have those options explored, especially with the spa. And then also the on-street parking with the timings. I personally, I don't know why 39th just doesn't have on-street parking all times of the day. It kind of confuses me that there's like 2 hours here, 2 hours there. So I don't know how that would get worded, but I would be in support of exploring those options to try to alleviate those and in a broader sense, utilize those parking lots during off hours is a better land use as well. So especially for the district. So that would be what I would support, but I'm also not opposed to the project as is.
Yeah, I'm supportive of the project. I think it's a good addition to the neighborhood, and I think it goes in with the character of the 39th Street. I'm with you, Commissioner Baker. I think there's a number of businesses that have shared parking. You can nearly name them off the top of your head as you go down that street. So I think exploring shared parking should be an option here.
I like the idea of encouraging it, but I certainly don't want to stipulate it. A lot of the times there's shared parking because the landlord owns the same building or multiple buildings and is able to aggregate that parking. I think it's a really tough hurdle to require it. I think there are a lot of people who are going to work at KU Med who are going to walk over, people who live in the neighborhood, people using rideshare, et cetera. And I agree, this use is going to add cars to the neighborhood at certain times. So I don't want to sound naive. But I do think that based upon my understanding of the neighborhood in which I spend a good amount of time and frequent many of those businesses, I could foresee a situation in which requiring more parking would prohibit this business from operating because it might prove to be impossible to find another business owner who's willing to sign that. Yeah, there are plenty of people who have parking lots who are not willing to give them up. I've dealt with it personally many times where people have adequate parking and they require a crazy amount of money because they know that you're unable to operate without it. I like that we're adding density without adding parking. I think we all agree that there's parts of Kansas City which have too much parking. So I don't want to go in that direction. And then lastly, I want to remind everyone that regulated industries has a lot of say in this. Then also the health department has a lot of say in this. And so in terms of the hours of operation, I'm okay if we stipulate something in the SUP, but I also want to reiterate that there's another opportunity for people to get involved and dictate operating hours at another stage in the process.
So this is Commissioner Beasley again. I still want to go back to well, let me state it this way. How much parking is currently on the subject site?
6 spots.
So that ties into what we had said. 6 would be for the number of the manufacturing.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm good with that.
Okay.
So I just wanted to say that I think I agree with a lot of the points, and I think I'm resting in sort of a nuanced, like I certainly don't want 65 parking spots, and but I think the idea of just kind of eliminating it out of our stipulations might also be problematic. Like I said, I used to live on this block. A lot of the multifamily, if you're visiting those buildings, you park on this block. The fact that it's double loaded is really not ideal. It should only be one side of the street parked, but because parking is such an issue in the neighborhood, I believe that's why it ended up being 2 sides. I definitely agree with the idea of Mears being knocked off because it is maybe the most narrow street I've been on in Kansas City trying to navigate. I just think, the other interesting lived experience I can bring to this is that I'm a half a block from the exact same use in Brookside. So I can say that they've been great neighbors. I don't find the use to be problematic at all. But I also know that it brings in a lot of traffic. So
I'd like to see some effort put towards the parking question, but I also feel like it's a macro problem, and I don't want to put that on the shoulders of one business or one developer. So if any neighborhood in the city needs a parking garage, shared parking, I would say this is the neighborhood. So it seems like there's a more macro solution that needs to take place here. But, you know, don't want to eliminate a business as a result. So.
Okay. Any other thoughts? So I'll take a motion then.
Move to approve docket number 6 with conditions, or docket number, sorry, 9 with conditions.
So I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second for the approval of special use permit for docket item number 9 with conditions stated. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call on that particular motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
I'm going to say aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Okay, so it looks like motion passes for the special use permit on docket item number 9. Thank you for bringing your project in, Mr. Dunn, and good luck as you move forward in your next phases.
Thank you, Chair. I
No
appreciate
problem.
everybody's time. And Zach, thanks for all the hard work and questions. Thank you all.
Mr. Chair, can I ask for clarification? Was that with the staff recommended conditions? Because I didn't hear any reference to anything else.
It's with the conditions stated. So that would be the staff conditions in the staff report that's provided to us, the 9 conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so it looks like we're moving on here to docket. We got two items left. Everybody okay? Need a break or keep moving?
I'd take a quick break.
So we need a quick, so let's do like a 15-minute break and come back at 1 o'clock. Is that, I'm sorry.
Can I just raise one issue before we take a break? There's been a request for us to revisit docket item C3 due to the parkland condition, which, I mean, you could take that up after the break, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention. That the published staff report apparently contained an error regarding the parkland condition that was corrected in the staff report, that the updated report that Olafu provided, but your motion referenced the published report. So I think the developer just wants to clarify that whenever you're ready to call that back up.
If everybody, let's go ahead and address that now because it doesn't seem like it'll take very long, and then come back and do the last 2 cases.
I think Doug Stone's still on the call. He represents the developer. So if Joe could promote him.
He's already promoted.
I think I've been promoted. I apologize for that. And I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I was trying to, it was a little confusing earlier. I was trying to get to this as you guys were having your motion discussion. The staff report that Olafu most recently provided had one more change, that when you relied on the original report and took out the one condition, you then didn't catch the additional change Olafu made. And that's what I was trying to explain when you all were making your motion. So really, I'm trying to make this so complicated. I really think
Doug,
that.
Doug.
Yes,
Doug,
go ahead. Yes.
Let me handle it. That way it's just easier and cleaner.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to correct condition number 27. And my correction will be to correct the number of dwelling units from 192 to 194. and then to correct the Parkland fee rate to 2019. That's the basis of those two corrections. The language will change, but those are the main things that the changes affect.
And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be difficult. The whole point of the change was to capture the fact that it would be that number before any credits for dedicated space. And that's the whole issue with the condition. It just needs to be clear that that mathematical formula is the gross amount, and we still are entitled to get credit for the space that Public Works says qualifies for the credit against the parkland fee. That's
not what the condition says, Doug. It just says that you need to meet 88,405. And we can take, like Joe said, we can take this condition out to see have to meet it.
That's how your new one reads, and that's right. But that's not how the one reads on Friday, on whatever the one you sent out. That's all I'm trying to clarify. And if everybody just says, yeah, we're all on the same page, then I'm fine. But that's not technically what the commission adopted.
All right, here's my proposed correction. Can you see
That's
my
correct.
screen?
That's it. That's right, Alofu. You got it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so in the actual staff report that we approved, that was the one that was provided last Friday. And so this language that you're showing here from this morning would actually replace condition number 28.
Which is now 27 because we deleted 20.
Yeah, exactly. Once you remove number 20, now it'll be actually number 27. So
the amendment would be to replace 27 from last week with this one.
Okay.
28 from last week with this one.
20, correct.
28 from last week. Yep.
I'm sorry, you guys. Sorry to be so complicated.
So does the rest of the commission understand that? So we approved this particular docket item based on Friday's report, and was sent one this morning that just before the actual meeting. I know I didn't have time to read it, and so I stuck with the report we had from Friday. And it appears now we have a revised condition 28, which is now 27, with the new language. And so we need to go back and re-amend our C3 to also include the change to condition number 28 to read as shown in front of us as item number 27.
So moved. So Commissioner Enders moved to amend the approval of C3 based upon this change, which is from 192 to 194 units. And it also, the 2019 rate instead of the 2020 rate, which changes the Parkland fee dedication from the 48,000 that was originally written to the 39,000 that's written in front of us.
Right, okay. So I got a motion on that. Do I have a second?
Second.
So I've got a motion, a second. Lisa, do you mind taking a roll call on this amended motion for docket item C3?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
and Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like we've got hopefully docket item C3 corrected now. That Mr. Stone is ecstatic about that.
I'm getting ready to party. Yes, thank you. I apologize. Thank you.
So are we. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and reconvene for the last two items at 1:05. So that gives about 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey. Yeah. I'm busy now. I know. Golly. I came up and sneaked up on you. You don't be doing that. Doing that. Great. And then now to go.
Hey, Commissioner Rojas. I think there's a lot of background noise that's coming through your system there. Okay, do we have everybody back? Looking for Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Beasley.
I'm here.
I'm here as well.
Fantastic. Joe, you back?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, it looks like we have everybody, so let's go ahead and reconvene the meeting and start off with docket item number 10.
All right, docket item 10 is case number CPC 2020-00135, amending Chapter 88, the Zoning and Development Code through revisions, clarifications, and other administrative changes throughout the chapter in accordance with the Zoning and Development Code periodic review. So I'm going to present this one to you all today. Bear with me while I pull things up. All right, I'm assuming you all can see the screen right now.
Yes.
This particular amendment, and I'm not sure if this commission has seen a periodic review yet. So under the assumption that maybe you haven't, or that it's been a while, I'll refresh you on what it is. So a periodic review is a process established, it's referenced in the zoning code as it relates to amendments to the code. And it is intended to be a quarterly, so a maximum approximately of 4 times per year analysis of the code and any inadequacies or clarifications in the code that are not substantive or policy oriented in nature. And we would bring those to the commission at most 4 times a year for your consideration to change anything that needs cleaned up or clarified in the code. All other text amendments that are more substantive in nature or policy oriented would be on their own and would be a separate text amendment. So there is an internal process we have set up where staff from my division, as well as almost every other division of our department, as well as several other city departments meet quarterly. We collect everyone who touches the code and have heard from customers issues about the code or questions about clarification or intent. We discuss all that stuff. And we determine in that meeting whether or not it's just an interpretation thing that we all need to get on the same page on, or is it something that really does warrant further analysis and looking into whether we need to change something. And the outcome of those discussions, we meet a couple times before we even come to planning commission with anything, is the proposed amendments before you today. So we have 3 with this case, amendments A, B, and C that I've referenced here in the staff report. And I'll go through the text in a moment, but very briefly what these are related to. Amendment A is related to accessory structures, and specifically the footprint area and the number of accessory structures allowed on residential properties. So we'll get into that in a moment. Amendment B is clarifying the use classification for self-storage warehouses in our parking ratio table, and that's a very minor cleanup. Amendment C is related to uses that are made non-conforming as a result of rezonings. And that one may require a bit more explaining than the other 2. So I'm going to dive right into this first amendment, Amendment A. This is in 88305 of the zoning code. This is related to the lot and building standards in residential districts. And the best way to think of it is that accessory structures are what you would like a detached garage or a shed or something like that people tend to have in their side yard or their backyard of the property that they live on. The commission does not see a lot of projects where this is discussed, so that's why I'm kind of going into this background. But our Board of Zoning Adjustment sees a lot of requests for people who want to build garages that are larger than it is allowed, or a shed that is larger than allowed, or a garage that is taller than is allowed. And recently what arose was a request for just such a thing, a garage in an area of the city where the lots are quite large. Some of the lots are over 50 and 60,000 square feet, yet the houses are quite small. Some of the houses, I think the house in the case I'm thinking of was only about 1,200 square feet total. And the garage they wanted to build was more like 3,600 square feet. So the garage itself was larger than the house. And the whole intent, if you read the very beginning of accessory structure section, it says that accessory structures shall be subordinate in area to the principal structure. Yet we have language here that did allow, it's the strike through language, that did allow an accessory building footprint to be up to 10 square feet of lot area, or 800 square feet, whichever is greater. What that ordinance actually allowed was people to build really large accessory structures that exceeded the area of the house, which conflicts with the intent of the accessory structures in the other section that I just cited that says it has to be subordinate in area. So what we're proposing here is to clarify that we do not, unless they get a variance from the Board of Zoning Adjustment, the intent is that the accessory garages do not exceed the area of the house on the same property. So that's what the first change is. The second one is related to building coverage, which currently says that the total combined footprint area of all detached accessory buildings. So this is not just garages, this is sheds and any other building you might have or structure you might have in your rear yard. May not exceed 40% of the rear yard area. Again, this allowed some, we have a case, for example, where a property owner has a number of 200 square foot sheds. And by a number, I mean like 15 or 20 in their backyard. This is a lot that's about 8,000 square feet. So this is a standard kind of suburban style neighborhood. And right now under the code, that's allowed because there is no limit, because it doesn't exceed 40% in this case. And because, as you'll see on the next page, there is no current limitation on the number of accessory structures in a rear yard. So we're proposing a new section here to limit the number to 5. This would not apply to properties zoned AGR and R80. AGR, as a reminder, is agriculture zoning. Both AGR and R80 allow agricultural uses, and that use is predominant on those in those zoning districts. And obviously, if you have a farm, you may very well have a need to have multiple accessory structures that perhaps exceed 5. So that's why we're clarifying that. So again, this amendment all goes back to clarifying how large an accessory garage can be, a detached accessory garage, how much area of the rear yard all accessory structures can be. Previously, it was just 40%. We're also capping it to not exceed that of the house that it's the property that it's on, and then to limit the number as well. And then Amendment B is very simple. This is our parking ratio table where we look up our minimum parking requirements, and it lists all the uses here on the left margin. One of the uses listed is, bear with me a moment, is residential storage warehouse. That use is not defined. That's not a defined use in the code. However, there is self-storage warehouse, which is a defined use. We believe they're intended to be the same use, and that it was a left-hand, right-hand situation. Whoever wrote the parking ratios got the use turned around in their head, and whoever wrote the rest of the code called it self-storage warehouse. So we're just proposing we've always considered it self-storage warehouse. We're just proposing to clean it up to reference that.
Take a break and I should have. Sorry.
And then finally, Amendment C is in our nonconformity section of the code. This is a rather complex part of our code. For any of you who don't know what a nonconformity is, it's any use, structure, or lot that was once perhaps conformed with the code, or in other words, it complied with all the rules in the code, and at some point it became non-conforming. Either because they changed something about it, or more often because the property was rezoned, or the regulations of the ordinance changed and made those properties non-conforming. What this section that's highlighted is really about zoning map amendments, which is another name for rezonings. And this section requires city staff to send mailed notice, published notice, and posted notice on any property that is made non-conforming as a result of a rezoning. We do that as a matter of practice when there is a downzoning that is initiated by city council. However, whenever the property owner is the applicant for a rezoning, we have never done that. That's never been our practice, because presumably if the property owner is applying for the rezoning, they have given thought to and had conversations with us about whether it would make their use non-conforming. And in most cases, they wouldn't proceed with the rezoning if that's what happened. So we really believe this section is intended to apply to the rezonings that are not initiated by the property owner. Probably 98% of all rezonings are initiated by the property owner or their agent. However, the City Planning Commission, the director acting on behalf of the city, and the City Council may initiate a rezoning as well. So what we're trying to do here is clarify that in those cases, if the director, the planning commission, or the council initiates a rezoning of a single property, or where this most often happens is when there's a neighborhood downzoning, that the neighborhood petitions the council for assistance and then the city council initiates the rezoning. That's where this happens most often. In those cases, we continue to conduct this notice as we always have, but in all the ordinary rezonings that come before this commission and the council that are initiated by the applicant or the property owner, that we don't do this process. That's what this text would clarify. I think that concludes what we have for you. Let me double check. Yes, that's it. Of course, we're recommending approval of these changes. If you have any questions, just let me know.
Joe, this is Colby. And in the letter A, is that for all zoning districts or just R80 and above?
So it depends on the particular section we're looking at. And in this first one here, it applies in all residential districts.
Okay.
So
yeah.
this would include AGR and R80, except that it's modified here below where it can be up to 8,000 square feet.
Okay, because I just, like the church project we had next door was a large lot type of home. And usually those large lot homes have a big garage of sorts for, like you say, their equipment or more their RV or something like that, and need it to be taller and bigger in order to store that stuff. So they would have to come back in some other manner to be allowed. I guess, is that a variance process or is that?
No. So in number 3 here, which we're not proposing to change, in AGR and R80, which are the zoning districts where that type of what you described is common, and I think that property we were looking at was in fact zoned R80. Any accessory building, so whether it's a garage or a barn or anything, can be up to 8,000 square feet. So it applies basically, the section we're changing applies in all other residential districts and just for garages.
Okay.
Otherwise, the very top part here, you kind of have to read the whole section to understand the big picture. The 200, any other residential districts, again, anything other than AGR and R80, accessory structures are limited to 200 square feet in area unless it's a garage. So this thing right here is already an exception to that 200 square foot limitation. It was just allowing people to build like 3,500 square foot garages by right without even going to the BZA.
Yeah. Okay.
And that was unintentional. We don't think it was ever the intent that happened.
Right. Okay. Anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, Joe, I've got one. How often are you getting applications that need this language change? Are we just changing it because we've got 2 cases, or I'm just interested in what's driving that change?
Well, I think the particular variance case that went to BZA that I'm thinking of was they wanted a variance to the maximum height. So I don't even think it was about footprint area, but the BZA always gets curious whenever someone's proposing a really large garage, because oftentimes people use them for business purposes and not for personal purpose. So during the hearing, when they were asking questions of the applicant mentioned, well, my neighbor has a really big garage, so I just assumed I could have it. And we looked at the aerial map and discovered there were actually like 3 properties within a block that had a garage that exceeded the footprint area of the house. So that's what alerted us to this. And we were kind of surprised by that because we always believed that the intent of the code was to limit the footprint area based upon the footprint area of the principal building. But it turns out that, you know, a different division of our department was issuing permits based upon what this said literally, rather than looking at the other section of the code that said it should not exceed the area of the footprint area of the house. So it's not really due to the volume of cases. It's more that we realized that there was an error in the way this was written that was causing permits to be issued improperly, essentially.
Thanks.
So I think I'm confused. So what are we saying? That they can do more than the area of the house?
No, we're clarifying that you can't. There's a different section of the ordinance that says the accessory structure cannot exceed the area. It says it must be subordinate to the area and extent of the principal structure. So in many cases, some houses are 3,600 square feet, but this is footprint area, not the total floor area of the house. And most houses are not larger than that on a footprint area basis. However, the way that this black text was written, the strike through text,
I really can't read that. If you can go back and enlarge it.
Yeah. It allowed theoretically an unlimited amount of footprint area because it allowed up to 10 square feet of footprint area per lot. I'm sorry, 1 square foot of footprint area for each 10 square feet of lot area. So if you had a really large lot, which some areas of our city have really large lots, but small houses, then you could have theoretically an unlimited size garage.
And that's what we're changing.
Right. So we're saying it can be 800 square feet or 1 square feet for every 10 square feet of lot area, whichever is greater, but in no event shall it exceed the area of the principal building. We're capping it. And I do think that this is a concern of the board, you know, because they do see a lot of requests for really large. The garage happens to be large, but also it's tall. And often, because there's a limitation, I believe, of 10 feet. So often if you have a really big garage, it's much taller than 10 feet. So then they have to get a variance for the height. And in the course of, and they see a number of those requests, a number of variances for that. And in the course of that, they end up determining that the person building the garage is really wanting to store all their landscape business equipment there in a residential zone, which is not allowed. So this would theoretically, right now we have nothing to prevent that person from bringing that request forward. I mean, they still could, but it would make it much less likely because the area of the garage is capped.
Okay, any other questions from the commission?
A question on Amendment C, Joe. So can you explain, so the idea is that it just makes it clear to anybody that is in a zone that becomes non-conforming due to some outside factor like a neighborhood association or the city council, that they are just informed that they are now non-conforming, but it doesn't cause any change to their use. I'm thinking, for example, I think Hyde Park downzoned recently. And so there's multifamily buildings that no longer conform. So how does that change the way they operate? Is it that they can operate the same up until the point that it changes ownership, or how does that work?
Yeah, that's a good question. So one of the practical purposes of the notification required here is that there's a different section of the same ordinance that says that if the city downzoned your property and you weren't the applicant, you have 1 year to file a request or file an application for a certificate of legal non-conforming use. And it's just a document that makes that demonstrates that your use was legally established and was made non-conforming as a result of the downzoning. And that document is something that they can use as proof to demonstrate to anyone who needs it, and usually it's various agencies of the city, that I'm allowed to continue operating. And that use is allowed to continue. It doesn't matter if the ownership changes or anything like that. They're allowed to continue operating under that CLN, which is what we call it, Certificate of Legal Non-Conforming Use. They're allowed to continue operating for as long as they want, unless there's a period, I believe, of 12 months where the use ceases activity, in which case any use that goes back to that property has to be conforming at that time.
Gotcha. And does this also?
That's the real reason of these notifications, I think, is to let them know, hey, the downzoning made your property non-conforming, and you have 1 year to apply, so that they know what their rights are. But anyone who's applying on their own behalf would likely not apply for a rezoning that would make their property non-conforming.
Right. And does this also apply to area plans and things that change the land use?
No, it does not. It's just rezoning.
Just rezoning. Okay.
So, Joseph, this is Forresting. Most things are not going to newspapers.
Right, right.
So what other mode of notification are you looking at for people to find out what's going on?
Well, this ordinance already provides for that. It says that we must also mail notice to the property owners that are known to be made non-conforming by the rezoning. And we must also post notice on the property of each property made non-conforming. And I can tell you in the past, like Volker, for example, that was a neighborhood we heard from today. They downzoned their neighborhood, or they got the city council to initiate one several years ago. And staff literally went door to door putting flyers and mailboxes and on the doors, letting people know that their particular property was likely made non-conforming based upon the evidence available to us, and telling them of their right to apply for the CLN and giving them that 1 year deadline to apply.
So I see, I stopped reading. I see where you're mailing stuff as I read further down in this yellow. Okay.
Yeah, and we also mail stuff, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. I'm assuming with only 17 participants, we have nobody from the public at this time on the call.
One person from the public, and they are not raising their hand.
Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. If there's no further discussion, I'll take a motion on making these text amendment changes to the Chapter 88.
I move to approve docket item number 10.
Okay, I've got a motion. I got a motion and a second. Lisa, do you mind taking a roll call, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, looks like the motion passes for those text amendments on docket item number 10. So guess we'll move on to the next one, docket item 11. And before we get started on that one, Joe, I'm just kind of curious from Sarah's perspective. It was advertised as to continue off docket, but yet we want to hear today, I guess, half of it and not the other half. Are we able to hear that when it's advertised as being off docket, or should we wait till the next meeting?
That's a good point. On the one hand, I think the change that we're moving forward with isn't very significant. I'm not sure that there would be a lot of public interest, but you're right. anybody who would be interested would assume that we weren't moving forward. So unless, Joe, unless you think there's some sort of emergency with this, I think Chairman Krell's suggestion is probably a good idea.
Okay.
And
I think the significant interest would be in the portion that's staff has decided to hold, but you're right. Anybody looking at this agenda and the notice that was published on the clerk's site would have thought, you know, there's no need for me to attend this meeting. So.
yeah, I'm just asking the question because I want to make sure we get it right, because there are those out there that check to make sure we do things right. And
Right.
I'd hate for something that does seem kind of minor to all of us to be approved and it just didn't make it through the process properly. We had to go back and redo it again.
Yeah, I mean, they met the advertising requirement, but sunshine law, they really didn't meet that because it essentially says we're not going to discuss this. So yeah, you're right. That's a good idea.
Is that going to hold things up, Joe, from your end and be an issue, or is it okay to go ahead and delay?
We have, so what we're trying not to get in the merits, but we have a applicant for a minor subdivision whose fee is over $6,000. And I don't know if Chris is on. I don't think he's, Chris, are you still on? Can you? I see him on here. I just don't know if he's at his computer and can hear us. I was going to ask if Chris, if the applicant they've been waiting on this amendment, but I don't know if they decided to move forward and just pay the fee, or if it's still pending. So I don't know, honestly.
Okay.
Without testimony from Chris. But that was the genesis of this amendment, was one person applied and that's the fee amount.
Okay. Well, I guess I would, from a technicality standpoint, I think we ought to maybe wait and do this at the next meeting. That way we for sure have everything done right and it's advertised right, and we don't have to go back to the beginning again on this. Does any other commissioner have thoughts on that?
Sounds good.
So I think we do need to make a motion to continue this one. It's not going to be off docket, Joe. It's just going to be, because we're hearing part of it. So there's like two items. I assume we're just going to hear the half of it at the next meeting on the 19th.
Well, we wouldn't. We wouldn't have time we've already advertised for that meeting. And if we're following what the docket says and it says continued off docket, I would think we would need to re-advertise. So we would have to continue it to the 2nd in order to accommodate the advertising. Sarah, what do you think? Do you think we just need to come back with a new docket at the next hearing that?
I'm not you're suggesting we have to re-advertise because the docket said continue off docket. I mean, that would apply. How would you have moved forward today? I mean, I'm not, if that's your position.
Well, that's what we always do when a case is continued off docket, because in order to re-docket it, we publish new advertising.
Okay, I mean, if that's the practice, you would have had to do that anyway, because it was
No, because it was continued to this date. It was continued by the commission to this meeting date. It's just that Lisa or Nicole accidentally typed in continued off docket rather than.
Well, the commission hasn't, only the commission can decide whether to continue it off docket. And
exactly,
they
have, which was my point, because that just says staff's recommendation. It doesn't
right.
say the commission
right.
will do.
They haven't done that. So I think that they can just go ahead and continue it to the next meeting. it takes action by the commission to continue something off docket, not just a note on the staff report.
Okay, so I see if I can get a motion here to continue docket item 11 to the January 19th meeting.
I move to continue docket item 11 to January 19th.
Got a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
So I have a motion and a second to continue docket item 11 to January 19th. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
Sadowski.
Aye.
Okay, so the motion passes to continue docket item 11 to the January 19th meeting. With that, I think we're done with our cases for the day. Is there any items of discussion any of the commissioners would like to make? Or Joe, is there anything we should be thinking about over the next month or so?
Just, I know everyone has, we sent out a survey, or will be sending out a survey. I'm sorry, I'm all confused because of the holidays. We may have sent it out to you guys already. We may not have, I can't remember.
Joe, you've already sent it out. You've already.
So we're trying to just consolidate what the interests of the commission are with regard to education and gaining more knowledge on stuff. I would just ask the commission to kind of hang tight on that, because right now I just have 4 staff, 4 planners out of 7. So until we get some people able to help us, we just probably won't be able to do any work sessions for the next couple months.
Okay. And then I know at the next meeting, we'll probably talk a little bit more detail about the comprehensive plan and involvement from the commission in that. There's still a couple of little things trying to work out on that, but if y'all are interested in some kind of capacity, I know we've already got myself, Bruce, and Ashley plugged into a couple areas. It's going to take some time, I would say, but just kind of think about that if you want to be a part of that or not. And that's something we'll talk about more detail at our next meeting when we have time and able and have something to present as well that everybody can see. So that's all I have for now. If there's nothing else, anybody'd like to adjourn the meeting or want to continue on through the afternoon with something?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay. Y'all have a good rest of the week. We'll see you, if not before, on the 19th. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.